Catch me while I go feeding, na 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 na. They say I come and I go. Tell me all the ways, I'm not here for long. Okay. Alright, we are finally live after 2 weeks or so. Thanks so much for all the 400 followers on Twitter slash X. It's been a great milestone to finally at 400 followers on Twitter slash X. And hopefully the next target is 500 followers on Twitter and enough to achieve affiliate on Twitch. Then maybe then I will do a grand debut with a proper showcase of my phone collection. So as per today's title of the stream, right, today I'm going to take a look at my 9-day holiday of Australia. Well, it's just actually between two cities, Sydney and Melbourne, and it was the admin's graduation trip after all. The admin has just graduated from university and is now looking for a job. So just before work really starts, and maybe I won't be able to stream this much anymore. So that's one last holiday. So you might wonder why I am not at, say, Japan, because number one, overcrowding, too many people going through this places, and I don't want to contribute to that problem. You see what happened in the Mount Fuji case where there were a lot of, oh hi Audi Gamer Boy, thanks for coming to the stream. I'm now talking a bit about the background behind my graduation trip to Australia. I mean the admin's graduation trip. Yep, I will think about that maybe in the near future. But admin had to find a job first and save up before it starts to make sense. I know. So back to what I was saying about the graduation trip. Why did I choose Australia first? It's because most people I know are going to Japan, but it's not quite. In my opinion, I'm not that comfortable with it right now because number one, overcrowding. So what happened in the Mount Fuji case where there was a Lawson's convenience store that faces Mount Fuji, and then they put a big barrier to try and stop tourists from taking photos, and it's not very effective because people just will try to circumvent in other ways. They can find other Lawson convenience stores or try to cut holes through the barrier to take photos. I hope you can hear my voice clearly. Is it okay? Yeah. So second is also the language barrier because I only know some odd words and individual words of Japanese and a little bit of hiragana. So I'm not comfortable going to Japan solo. It would be better if it was a group of people, perhaps with one who has some understanding of Japanese, because I don't want to have any awkward interactions with other people. So in any case, I've just recently mastered how to use Zen Market to get Japanese goods online, especially from Mercari. So hopefully we will be, in the next few weeks, maybe I will post a video of some phones I bought from Mercari and shipped to Zen Market, although 3G phones that are also obsolete in Japan already, becoming obsolete, because two of the three carriers here, they've shut down their 3G networks. Docomo is the last one standing, but they only have less than 2 years before they shut down. Okay, I'll take a look at Japan Rabbit sometime in the future, but try Zen Market first based on the Reddit reviews. Okay, so back to the conversation about Australia. So I chose Australia because 2 years ago, just before I started VTubing, the admin went to Melbourne for the student exchange for 5 months, and it was very, very enjoyable. Trust me about that. The weather was good, people were nice, and I learned to talk a little bit better, converse a bit better. So it helped me very much, so I like to go back again and see things I didn't manage to see before. So this was my first time being in Sydney and the second time in Melbourne. So maybe let's just get started. Hold on. Okay, let's see. No cap. How do I capture my desktop? Wait a minute. Do you see my desktop? Okay, much better. Now let me just turn on my green screen first. Okay. Again, I hate scuff screen sometimes, but it's part and parcel of the process. Okay. So here I've sorted out based on the days that I've been through. This log is going to be divided into two parts. Part one will be the main sightseeing things during the 9 days. Part two which might be much more interest to you and to me, are actually going to be the technology things I saw in Australia. So alert. Spoiler alert, it's not going to be as interesting as say Japan or even Singapore, but I still think it's hopefully worth taking a look. So let's start with day one first. Actually, I took all the photos on different phones. I brought, I think, probably close to 5 with me to Australia. Okay, so let's just start with the first part. Here, Changi Airport, Control Tower, the iconic towers. So this was my first time traveling solo without parents or someone else accompanying me. So people were a bit, so no doubt some of the admin's relatives were a bit worried for him, but it turned out fine in the end. So first thing we go see Terminal 1 Changi Airport because I took Scoot because I'm a KrisFlyer member, and so I used up all my KrisFlyer points for to get a discount on the Scoot flight. Robberies, no, I didn't see any robberies over there, but there were a few freaks that I saw. I'll explain a bit later. So I took Scoot. I know that a lot probably Australian Border Force won't really stop me because unless I have a good track record with them after all. I didn't overstay my previous student visa, so I think everything is good. You just need to make sure that before you go to Australia, you need to apply for ETA from their phone app itself for tourist visa. It's only about $20 and the approval rate comes quite fast, especially if you have no prior convict information about you. Only boy, could you just give me a bit of the context about why they were stopped? I need to know the context before I can make any more judgments. But anyway, going back to the topic about the flight itself, is that I think a lot of people who know the mouse game like the Mouse Lion and will probably blame me for using all my KrisFlyer points to take a school flight, but never mind. Because in any case, I realized that the only real difference between Scoot and a full luxury carrier like say SQ or Singapore Airlines is that, oh, I see, but come on, that is fair, right? Fair for the Australian Border Force to stop anybody they suspect for illegal work or this kind of things, right? It's fair for a country to do that. Singapore also does the same thing, isn't it? Okay, so back to the topic is, that, so if you don't really care about the in-flight entertainment system or eating throughout the flight, I think that taking Scoot is pretty tolerable because I think I was doing quite well during the flight itself, even though it was quite full. Scoot flight, yeah, correct. So I realized I probably don't need SQ at all because I don't even use the in-flight entertainment system because I already pre-download all the videos on the smartphone. Yeah, I can still sleep quite well for some reason, even though the seats are not the best, but can still do quite well. Okay, so went inside. That was about around 11 p.m. or so. This photo was taken. Terminal 1, the Cacti Garden, where you can get a good view of the planes right next to you. Okay, in case you don't understand what Ollie Gamer Boy is talking about, it's just the lyric to some weird Turkish song I've not heard before. But that is probably his signature for his streams, I guess. So Cacti Garden looks good. You can hear my voice clearly, right? Ollie Gamer Boy. So I brought 5 phones along to take photos, which was Galaxy S22 Ultra, which took the vast majority of photos here. Also iPhone 13 Pro, Sony Xperia Mark 5, Pixel 4a to backup photos, and Rakuten Hand 5G for an eSIM experiment. Right. So this was the plane that I took, Dreamstart, the Boeing 787. So Scoot is named all its planes after very distinctly. All the planes are individually named. I know, but I know of a VTuber called Reticula. They are mooks on Twitter, and Reticula also uses the same voice changer as me actually. So you can watch Reticula streams. Maybe I will just type Reticula, type the name. The Reticula streams on YouTube, not on Twitch, but we are mooks on Twitter. We just happen to become mooks because we are both really cool. Okay, so this is Dreamstart, the plane that I was taking on board the Australia, and let me just credit two other Barbinicos for inspiring this stream here. One is called Oren Kagat, and another one is Hayate Takanashi. I'll just write their names here. So both actually did some travel vlogs as well, so I did watch their video to get a bit of inspiration about how to do things. So Boeing 787. Alright, so now the plane has taken off. Alright, so this is closer towards sunrise. Closer. And this is the food they serve on board, so I prepaid for the food, and in my opinion, I think that good food isn't as good as even as good economy class. It's just good food for fuel, and that's it. So I probably won't be so inclined to pay for their school cafe stuff, to be honest. So this is just food for energy, that's it. Sorry, it looks like my screen hangs a little bit. I don't know why. Hang. Never mind, but here is, this is, okay, sorry about that. The something hangs, so here is how, so this is when I was about to touch down Sydney Mascot Airport. It's a pretty nice scene to be seen. I don't actually have any whatsoever. I disabled the desktop background because the noise, but oh, never mind. Yeah, all the three Barbinicos, they use voice changer, but I only know Reticula uses the same one as me. The other two probably use different ones. So this is the site that you can see as we are going to touching down Mascot Airport. Yeah, I'll definitely think about it. Every time you're always like the constant salesman, but again, I think that I would probably upgrade the PC in the future as I continue doing live streaming, but for now, I'm just happy with what I have so far. I'll think about it again. So let's just fast forward. Or maybe I want to play some music. I know, I think they are filing a class lawsuit over something. Alright, let's okay. Okay, so here we are now going down the airport here. Okay, I just had some music in the back. Okay, I just had some music in the background. Hopefully it isn't too harsh. Let me just Maybe let me just take a look again and see if I'm hearing things correctly. Let me just preview again, see how it sounds. Sound. Alright, touching down. Okay, I think that's good. So now I need to quit this. Okay. Now let's start the next part. So the first thing that greeted me when I stepped out of the plane is this Optus advertisement. Oh, that's a pretty interesting thing because the main SIM card is using Singtel, and you know that Singtel owns 100% of Optus. In fact, Optus' full name, corporate name is Singtel Optus Private Limited. Yes, correct. No joke. Optus' full name is actually Singtel Optus. So I was roaming in Optus all this round when I was in Australia. But I did get another SIM card, as you'll see later. So next thing we went was to Vodafone. After finishing immigration, the first thing I saw was Vodafone's booth. So I just went to get a Vodafone eSIM because I had a Rakuten Hand 5G I brought along to try out eSIM for the first time. Because the Rakuten Hand 5G, right, it's a phone released in Japan only by the new telco called Rakuten, and it doesn't actually have a SIM card slot inside. No physical SIM card, only eSIM, but it's SIM unlocked, so it will work with a Vodafone with a SIM card. So I decided to try one, and I got the 60 gigs for 25 Auss dollars. And I think I didn't end up using more than a third of it, maybe even less than that. Yeah, but I was talking to the customer service, they didn't know what phone it was, Poly Gamer Boy. And they told me that because of Vodafone, they were the first in Australia to shut down their 3G network, so they warned me that you might not get calls or texts, and it was actually okay with me. So I tried to make a call with the eSIM to one place to just clarify some things, and it didn't make and true to what the customer service said, there was no call made. The call didn't land through, so never mind about that. Maybe I will just snap this and this. Yeah, a bit better this way. Okay. Hold on, maybe I just get back and I make a small change to the setup first. Fish. Okay, we are back. So what I just did is just hide the taskbar. So sorry for the brief interruption. Alright. So I had now got anyway, here's never mind. Here, so this time I took a taxi to my hotel in the Sydney CBD area. Okay. So yeah. So the first thing that we did was to check into this hotel. So my hotel for this entire Sorry, I spent 6 days in Sydney and another 3 in Melbourne. So here, this was the hotel that I stayed in called YEHs Hotel. Yep. So here's how the hotel looks like from the outside. It's this building itself, this one with the brown stones. So it's actually a building dating back to the 19th century, and it was previously called Kent House and was used as a as a clubhouse by the Spanish club. So as you can see from this photo here. So it's actually not from the 1860s, it's from 1913 here, construction of this building, Kent House. So initially it was mostly commercial in light industry. Then afterwards in the 1960s it was owned by the Spanish club. By 2009, they sold off the building and it was bought by this Taiwanese-owned company called YEHs Hotel. So that's why it's now called the YEHs Hotel Sydney CBD. I just tell you that it's not exactly a very fancy hotel. So you have to expect basically Hotel 81 soft quality. If I were to use a term more familiar with Singaporeans, is that quality is very similar to what you get with Hotel 81, and I could say the one in Melbourne was much better as a chain hotel, Mercure Welcome. So this is a bit about its heritage history. It's a nice thing that the hotel owners, they care to include these two panels at the reception area. So this is how the reception area looks like. This hotel actually used to have breakfast at the first floor, but it's closed and no longer operates. But it doesn't really matter too much because it's surrounded by a lot of eateries nearby, so it's not too bad actually. So this is how the hotel looks like, the entrance. There is a mini fridge here. The drinks and the tea is complimentary, but they are not refilled by the hotel staff. And inside there is this wardrobe that has some clothes hangers as well as a small safe. But it's not as sturdy as the safes you get from other hotels, unfortunately. So the bed itself, pretty okay to be honest. The window is behind the bed and unfortunately cannot be opened. It's not meant to be open. And this is the toilet itself. The not so good thing about the running water is that it takes quite a while for the water to actually get hot. And a bit of a weird, slightly weird smell from the room itself. And the TV is well tuned to all the free-to-air Australian channels. And it's quite surprising that Australia has a population of only like 25 million, but they have a lot of channels. Like each free-to-air TV company, they have probably at least 5 or maybe 6 channels. And it also includes the audio-only radio streams on TV as well. Yep, this blue scribble is the admin space. Can't show you, sorry. Privacy reasons. Yep, and that's how the hotel looks like. So it's just basically a hotel with one quality. But that's not very important to be honest, because you're not spending a lot of time in the hotel at all. Ugh. Okay. I shot a lot of my videos on 4K 60, so this is World Square, which is the shopping mall just right next to the hotel itself, YEHs Hotel, which is over here. So just across the street, and this is the World Square shopping mall. I'll come back to this mall later. So first thing I did was to actually run some errands on behalf of the Bank of Mum and Dad, because after all, in exchange for sponsoring the admin's tour, the admin has to do something right. It's just not, it's a minor stuff that's not really worth talking about for this trip, so never mind. So we just begin after what I finished. The first thing I did was to explore Hyde Park. Hyde Park, HYDE. Yep, Hyde Park. So afterwards, we went inside the Anzac Memorial. This building, built in the 1930s, is obviously a memorial to all those soldiers that have fallen during the First World War. Fountain of statue of Captain Cook. Water fountain in Hyde Park. And yeah, this is Sydney Tower, which I explored the next day. And this is a cenotaph erected by the Municipal Council in 1857. What do you call this? Is it an obelisk? I think it's actually called obelisk. Obelisk. OBLISK. Yes. So this is what. So this Anzac Memorial is divided into quite a few sections. So the bottom section is you have a museum inside. So this is how it roughly looks like. So here is a miniature of one of the World War I battles that the Anzac soldiers were fighting in. Although this exhibition is not just about World War I, but also encompasses much of the Australian Armed Forces until the present day, what they have been doing. Yep. So here's a bit more of. This is its main entrance itself, leading to the lowest floor. So this feature, if you see closely, they have a sample of sand from all the settlements that had at least one soldier who went to participate with the Australian Armed Forces, if I remember correctly. Yes. Okay. So the next thing was we went to. Yep, here's a bit more of the place itself. The miniature in detail and a bit more of what I saw. Okay. What is first? Okay. So after seeing, because again, what might surprise you is that in the middle of the year during the winter season, is that the sun sets quite early at 5 PM and then business all start to shut down quite early compared to Singapore standards. So the Anzac Memorial was closed at 5 o'clock, so I didn't explore all of it. So I explored the rest of it the next day. So what I did was that I took the train through the Sydney Harbour Bridge to head to the northern part of Sydney to take a look at the sunset. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the trains in Sydney. So this is Sydney Central Station. So the weird thing about Sydney's train is that, hold on, is that they list platforms by number and not by the line itself. So you need to actually look at what line corresponds to what number. So I'm not sure why it's that the case. So it's a very, very confusing for first timer. So all the platforms are by number. See? Wait a minute. Here. So all the lines are actually listed by their platform number and not the line itself. So their trains are a bit weird. It's like they are double deckers with a mezzanine level, and some of the trains, their seats can actually be flipped over to the other direction with the pull handle. So it's a bit strange why they need to do such a decision. I digress. So this is the train at how the train looks like. Double decker with a mezzanine floor. And no platform doors, unfortunately, for some reason. So this is the train at the museum station, which is next to Hyde Park and the Anzac Memorial. Pretty old station, to be honest. Okay, let's get back to day one itself. Okay. So I took the train down, so first thing was to have dinner. At North Sydney. So I went to this Thai restaurant called Stir Crazy Thai, and I ordered, since it was quite cold, some Tom Yam Goong. A very modernist interpretation with some noodles inside. So it might not be the traditional Tom Yam Goong you expected, but okay, I guess. And next thing was a bit of gelato. Cotton candy. If I remember correctly, this is bubble gum, yeah. It's bubble gum with raspberry with these small colorful balls and chocolate cone. So I ate the gelato as I walked down the Sydney Harbour Bridge to see the other side. And this is how it looks like from north, how the Sydney Opera House and the Sydney CBD looks like from the North Sydney side. And the surprising thing was that I saw a lot of South Korean tourists tunneling around this area for some reason. It seems like right now the most common tourists I see in I saw in Australia were both South Koreans and Indians. Not many Chinese people from mainland China, to be honest. So this building, you can see it shoots out rainbow lights every night, and so I think videos probably speak better than words, so let's take a look. It's lagging. So they are having a light show in the light show throughout the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Opera House itself. So all these videos I took at night were on the iPhone 13 Pro. Sorry, the video is lagging. I think it probably has to do with the HDR Dolby Vision enabled by default. So you get a good idea of how it looks like at night, I hope. Very nice view, you need to see it, definitely. And the next thing I did was to climb up and cross the Sydney Harbour Bridge on foot. So here's the view from the top. And you can see all the light shows. Look, if you look carefully. Yeah, this is the Sydney Harbour Bridge at night. So yeah, across the Sydney Harbour Bridge, it's a very scenic experience at night, especially. See the top of the bridge is light up. More views of the CBD from the bridge itself. Alright, so here is, this is actually after Sydney Harbour Bridge, but you can walk all the way to look at Darling Harbour. Is this Darling Harbour or the rocks? I think it's actually the rocks, sorry. It should be the rocks if I'm not wrong. Let me take a look at Google Maps just to be sure. Just let me be sure that it's what I'm saying is correct, it's accurate. Yeah, it should be the rocks. Yeah, correct. The rocks. And then you see a lot of professional photographers. They set up a tripod trying to get the best shot of this night scene. So I crossed from the harbour bridge over there at North Sydney, went all the way, and came over here. Okay. So let's just quickly go through some of the views. From the top of the bridge itself, the light show, the rocks, which I actually didn't go down and see. So this is the other side of the bridge, facing the rock itself, all the skyscrapers. This is the circular quay itself, where all the ferries they dock and they board. There's actually a public ferry service as well that I will talk about a bit later. I took it. So I got off at this point. So I got off from using an elevator on the bridge itself, and then I took the train back to the hotel and rest for the night. So let's talk about day 2 itself. So the first thing I went was to see the Sydney Opera House, which obviously you have to see in your lifetime. I can tell you that. If you're gonna try to visit Sydney, definitely have to go to the Opera House. So what I did was that I pre-booked a tour for the Opera House itself. But here first, let's just see a bit look at the circular quay in the daytime. Since you're Sydney at night. Well, yeah, it's very, very, very scenic. You have to see. I can't overstate how good this is. Opera House. So, leading to Opera House, there are a few restaurants which I'll come into later. Here's a very nice photo I took. And then this is where the meeting point for the Opera House tour is at. So what I did was I pre-booked the tour in advance, and this is what they gave us. Very dynamic headphones to listen to the tour guide talking. So it's a pretty recent piece of tech. It even has a USB Type-C port, as you can see right over here, which is nice. So you have to hear the tour guide here talking, and I have to say the tour guide was a very good one. He was able to drip feed all the information about the Sydney Opera House and leave me wanting for more. Definitely. So we went up these steps, the admission hall. So yeah, this is the tour guide. His first name was Michael. So So Michael, if you're watching the stream, I just want to let you know you were very good, very good tour guide, and I really appreciate how your narration went. So these are all the concrete slabs that make up the opera house itself. So a bit about the background information of opera house. So this opera house was conceived in the 1940s because people thought that the existing town hall wasn't big or grand enough to have all the art performances they wanted. So what they did was that in the mid-1950s, the state government of New South Wales, they called an architecture competition to get ideas for how their new and opera house would look like. So they took the site of what used to be a train depot, D-E-P-O-T, if I am pronouncing it correctly, and converting the size of the opera house. So the winner was, of course, this design out of more than 200, and it was by a Danish architect by the name of John Utzon, if I pronounce it correctly. Pardon me. So, so the thing was that when he designed the opera house design, it was just a very, very theoretical sketch, because most of his sketches he actually entered in architecture competitions before, but all the designs he had from his opera were never put into actual, what do I say? My right foot suddenly went numb. Sorry about that. So, okay. So, yeah, so we did actually think through how to actually build the building itself, and that's one of the reasons why it took nearly 20 years to actually build it. So the original plan was that they would get everything set up by, say, the early 1960s, but because it took so long to actually figure out how to build all the slabs nicely, that's why it will drag on for nearly 20 years, and midway through the construction itself, the John Utzon himself, he was fired from the project because of a change in political parties, and then because of all the uproar, right, then they had to substitute a new Australian-born architect to finish the interiors. His name was Peter Hall, but even then, the result itself, it didn't really leave a lasting impression. So in the 1990s, what happened was that the New South Wales government, they finally had to reconcile with John Utzon himself. Utzon actually never actually physically saw the completed opera house with his own eyes. He declined the invitation to visit during the opening ceremony, and by the time he reconciled with the New South Wales government, he felt he was too old and feeble to actually make the journey to Australia himself. So his children, who became trained architects, actually went to do a lot of work for him, right? So the funny thing was that what his work did was to basically redo the interiors based on his initial proposals, and this came at the cost of two things. Number one, which was an apology by the New South Wales government on behalf of the Premier who had fired him, and second was payment of the fees he was due plus interest. Yeah, so this is the main hall itself. There is primarily the so-called HQ of the Sydney Symphony Orchestra. So these big things that you can see right over here, they are actually acoustic pedals designed to echo the sound back to the people who are performing on stage, so that they can hear themselves better and perform better. So the wood is designed, the wood is constructed and designed specifically to ensure that whatever the musicians plays can be echoed properly to the audience, but the audience sounds are not echoed back to the performance itself because they use different kinds of wood. So for instance, the wood that you see on the seat is very different from the wood you see right over there. And behind these pedals, right, is actually a 10,000 plus type organ that you need special permission from the New South Wales government to even operate. So only about 5 people so far have the license to operate this organ. It's only used on very special occasions. And these pedals are actually quite relatively new. They were only installed in 2021 to 2022 as part of some renovations. Before that, they were these acoustic reflectors. They were translucent in shape. So by the way, just to let you know, if you ever go for this kind of tours, be aware that you can't take pictures of the concert unless you're given permission by the guide to do so, because as you can see over here, there might be people doing some operations and they do want their privacy. Yep, so here is a look at the tiles itself. The tiles, I think they had to manufacture like almost 1 million tiles and import them from Sweden. So they had to manufacture the tiles to get a specific look, to appear of a specific color and appearance when light shines on the opera house itself. So they manufacture about 1 million of them with a few as spares. So every 5 years they actually go and inspect the tiles to see whether or not they have to be replaced or not. And the main thing that almost all of the tiles are still the originals from when the building was constructed itself. So here's the close-up look at the tiles. Close-up look. Another interior itself, very beautiful, overlooking the harbour. There's actually a second opera hall that we visited, but we were not allowed to take photos because there were some behind the scenes work going on. So sorry about that. This is one of the inner structures of the shells that form the roof of the opera house itself. And here's the exterior look of the opera house after the tour has been completed. I think photos just don't do justice to how it looks. So the interesting thing is that all because of the Sydney Opera House, the architect John Husson himself was awarded the Pritzker Prize in Architecture, which is like the equivalent of Architecture's Nobel Prize in 2003. And in 2007, the Sydney Opera House was actually listed on the UNESCO World Heritage Site, so which makes it basically almost impossible to demolish it by any peaceful means. And it's actually one of the not only is it one of the youngest sites to ever get listed on the UNESCO Heritage Site, but also one of only two that were actually listed when the architect itself was still alive. And it was just in time because Husson, he passed away the following year after Sydney Opera House was listed in the UNESCO World Heritage Site. No more photos of the structure itself. And here how it looks like from the outside. This actually was originally what Husson wanted was a road for cars to pass through into the car park, if I remember correctly. And after the tour itself, I had free lunch as part of my tour package, which was pork katsu with spinach and rice and some sauce. I don't have the photos with me unfortunately, but it was pretty good, I could say, at one of the restaurants. I think it was called Canteen at Opera House. Yep. All photos of the Opera House itself. Really beautiful. Oh hi Jacob, nice to meet you. Right now I'm talking a bit about the Opera House and its very interesting history about the architect himself, and it's one of two UNESCO heritage sites that were listed when the architect itself was still alive, and one of the youngest, if not possibly the youngest as well. So afterwards, next to the Opera House there is the Botanic Garden, so I just want to take a quick look inside. Hope you're doing well, Jacob. Have you been to Australia before? Oh hi, you live in Australia. Which part do you live in, by the way? It's quite a big country, to be honest. I've only so far been to the Gold Coast in Queensland, Melbourne, Sydney and Perth. Sydney, oh nice. It was actually my first time coming into Sydney. I'm from Singapore. Really beautiful city. I think that Sydney easily beats Melbourne in terms of the landscaping, the natural sight you can see near the city itself. That's one thing that Sydney definitely has an edge over Melbourne, and the transport system as well. I I need to tell you, Oppo cards, the shuttle system in Sydney is called Oppo card, and the good thing about it is that you can use not only your phone and debit card just to make payments out, but I personally find that tapping to pay you in Sydney is much more responsive than say in Melbourne where the MyKey card system doesn't work like half the time. I don't understand why. Oh yes, Yoshi. So I brought one Yoshi along. Wait, Yoshi, take some photos. Right. So that was it, Sydney Opera House. And the next thing was to go back to no, not the Spires. Sydney Museum and Barracks. So after visiting Sydney Opera House, I walked on foot all the way to see another museum, Museum of Sydney. Despite the name, unfortunately, it's a very small museum and doesn't do justice to its name itself. It's mostly actually talking about the early history of settlers from England into Sydney. Sorry. Sorry, because I took photos using different cameras, so it's a bit mixed up. Why does it not show properly? Oh god. Okay. We'll try again here. So here. The first thing I see in the museum of... You try a meat pie? Yeah, I think I did eat a meat pie once before when I was on exchange, but I don't recall exactly the meat pie when I was on holiday. But I was in Melbourne for the exchange 2 years ago. So yeah, Museum of Sydney is a quite small one. It's basically only the early years of settlers, of convicts landing from England to Australia, or what Aborigines refer to as the invasion, because obviously the things took a turn for the worse for the Aboriginals and are arguably not recovered at all, depending on who you ask. So here, so when you go to Australia, right, one of the things you see that every time at many places, you always see these self-acknowledging statements acknowledging the indigenous people as what and so on and so forth. So these kind of things you need to be quite aware of. Yeah, so these are models of the ships that sailed and landed in Australia in 1788. And this is a replica, a scale model of the earliest government house built in the early to mid 19th century. Oh, I see. Interesting. I know. Always. I wonder if your ancestor, right, they have ever knew that how Australia will develop into what it has been today. It'll be quite shocked, I could tell you. Because a lot of times, I think in Australia, right, especially if you just take the shopping malls, it's almost indistinguishable from the ones in the Asia Pacific based on the makeup of the shops themselves. So besides the early years of settlement, there is also a space dedicated to Aboriginal art and history. And a shop, so it took only about an hour to finish the Museum of Sydney. So the next thing was to go down the road to then I wonder how do they do the photo taking of the koalas. Then they probably have drug the koalas, isn't it? I can't believe that. They were probably going to drug the koala while it's being photographed. Yes, I know. Well, they sleep for 20 hours to digest it. I know that. But I'll tell you a bit more about it later in the stream. We're only on the second day. Rest assured, I did see some koala. So, walk down the street, passing by Parliament House, and to Hyde Barracks, which was one of the earliest dorms for the convicts themselves when they landed around the 1820s. So the interesting thing about museum is that they actually give you an iPod Touch for the tour itself. iPod Touch, yeah, they give you iPod Touch and with Sennheiser over the head earphones, this it's basically analog to this. It basically gives you an audio narration as well as text about what you're seeing, and it's apparently triggered by some sensors hanging from above. But the good thing is that it's just using a standard 3.5mm headphone jack. So if you want, you can just change into any standard 3.5 earphones I have for greater comfort. I wonder why they don't let you just download an app from the smartphone for your smartphone, and then that would save a lot of money for them in the future. But never mind. All those big sites in Australia, in the UNESCO World Heritage List, 11 of them. Hyde Park Barracks, this is where we are. Scale model of the museum under construction, so that's why there's no text within the museum itself, because all the text is located within the iPod Touch that they gave you. Like this one, for instance. So some narration from replicating first-hand accounts. Yep. Another model of, I think this is St. Mary's Cathedral constructed beside the Hyde Park's Barracks. I'll read it. Sorry, I don't know why I'm coughing so much today. But this is this is St. Mary's Cathedral that in under construction next to Hyde Park's Barracks. I'll show you a bit more about the actual cathedral later. Right. More scale models, and these are the replicas of the hammocks that these convicts will sleep in, and oftentimes there will be rats coming from below. How the corridor looks like. So you have to start from the top floor of this museum and then go down from it. Tools that they use. More artifacts from the barrack itself. And sometime in the 1850s, when convict labour had stopped, meaning that around 1848, the British stopped sending convicts to Australia as punishment, then this became a sort of halfway house for female migrants. And that's about it for Hyde Sydney Museum and Barracks. So take a look at St. Mary's Cathedral. It's a Catholic church, by the way. And right beside that church is actually an aquatic, it's a sports center, which is pretty interesting. Everything is running in stop motion, I have no idea why. So after I went back to Hyde Park to take a look at a few more things. What's the statue of? Lachlan Macquarie, Governor of New South Wales. Okay. More stuff from Hyde Park. I didn't explore the day before. Fountain. The entrance towards the Anzac Memorial. Okay. So after that, it was time to see Sydney Tower. Yeah. So before that, I did see some of the things in the shopping malls nearby as part of Westfield Shopping Centre. So here's how Sydney Tower looks like. Unfortunately, there's a big flaw within the tower itself, and I'll explain to you later. Okay, I better stop. I better mute this before they strike me down for copyright. Masker, right next to the Westview shopping mall. So the view is, so you can see right over here, right? Here's the obvious flaw of the Sydney Opera House. The obvious flaw is that it actually almost blocks the entire view of the Opera House itself. So clearly, it wasn't built tall enough, I think. So we expect that from this tower you can at least see the Opera House, but crazy, right? So here's from another side of the Sydney Tower itself. Okay. So not much to say, let's just take a look at the photos. Right, so as you go inside the Sydney Tower, right, then you can, I don't know why they choose to have such an unflattering infographic for the Sydney Tower. It's only small compared to other towers, observation towers. Even Malaysia has a taller one than Sydney, you see. I think, to be fair, that's also partially because until recently there was like something like official 300-meter height limit for all the skyscrapers in Sydney, but I think they have since scrapped that, which is good. So yeah, so I wish I could have more time to visit another day in the morning, but never mind. So here are some views in photos itself. So here as you can see, it's basically almost all of the Opera House is blocked from the Sydney Tower, unfortunately, so you can't really see the harbour that well. And again, these rainbow beams are being shined from the building behind the Sydney Tower. Hyde Park here, St. Mary's Cathedral and the Barracks. Yep. Binoculars. Thankfully, the binoculars actually work without needing you to pay money for it, which is good. Yeah. Anzac Memorial over here. Okay, more things leading towards Darling Harbour. Darling Harbour itself, and that is the Maritime Museum of Australia, which is the only federally operated museum of Australia outside Canberra, and that's where I visited the next day. So here's the Sydney Tower itself, how the observation deck looks like. But the day was pretty fast, to be honest, and this is how the souvenir shop looks like. If you want cheap Australian souvenirs, there is a better place. It's called Paddy's Haymarket, and I'll show you later. So day 2 done. Day 3. Only I visited so morning I did a bit of an errand for the bank of mom and dad, buy some stuff, and afterwards it's time to visit the Maritime Museum. It's a very big museum, because it has the space to put so many real historic ships as preservation. Okay, so sorry, this is one of the ships that's been preserved. I think this was a border patrol ship, and it's actually run by a lot of volunteers. This guy's name is Richard. I think it's Richard Cotton. So Richard Cotton, if you're watching this stream, right, thanks so much for volunteering your time to do all kinds of tours. So he's talking a bit about the history of the ship itself, how the flag system for the ship operates, how they use flags to communicate, to signal to other ships. Okay, and this is one of the ships. These are how the ships look like being preserved in the museum itself. And occasionally some of the ships they get taken up from the museum to be maintained. And from the museum itself, you get a very nice view of the CBD itself. Here's inside the entrance. You should come as early as possible because they will close around 4 PM every day to maximize your experience. Okay. Well, this is the Border Coast Guard ship. I'm not very knowledgeable about how ships work, so pardon me if I don't talk too much. So this is the view from a lighthouse. I think it was actually totally dismantled this December and then shipped to be reconstructed right over here, which is quite impressive feat. Although to be fair, the lighthouse itself was built under using quite a lot of modular parts. Nice panoramic view of the Sydney CBD. HMAS Vampire. Lego ship. So this is a Lego replica of perhaps the flagship ship that is in the Maritime Museum, the HMAS Vampire, Australian naval ship. Things. Okay, this is the inside of the Maritime Museum itself, the main exhibits. Mostly about the Navy, but also a few other things, like say the two ships that sent migrants over to Australia, especially after the Second World War. So here's some of the photos inside the HMAS Vampire itself. So they preserve almost everything to the extent that it looks like it just came out of 1986, which was the year that the ship was decommissioned. So this is how one of the cafeterias looks like. Cafeteria, and they actually made the effort to include all those old food tins and cans to give it the authentic look. Okay, I don't know why it makes up the video, the order, but never mind. So this is one of the Navy helicopters, but you can't climb inside the museum. Go down. Okay. Okay, back to the Vampire. This is one of the... I think this is where they actually load the bullets right into the firing guns on top. And there are still some parts of the ship you actually can't go inside. Okay, more things inside the museum itself. This is probably the light for another lighthouse. Yeah, everything preserved as it was in 1986, including the portrait of the Queen. Exterior views of the ship itself. And a lot of instruments. One of the guns. The bullets look like. Another cafeteria. Sick bay. And here's the entrance to the submarine. Yeah, it's quite a very narrow experience. So to enter, you actually have to enter by moving down backwards. And it's quite claustrophobic experience, quite very narrow, and there are many compartments you have to crawl inside. They did this because they were trying their best in case that one compartment suffers from fire or damage, you can seal it up and then move into safety to another compartment, according to one of the volunteers. Some of them are probably in the 80s as well, because one of them, he mentioned that he actually was in Singapore during the mid-1960s, and he did record where we were separated from Malaysia. So yeah, here's how the entrance to one of the compartments like. You have to bend down and enter multiple times, but the good thing is that they have an entrance on both sides, which is a very thoughtful gesture. So it's very very narrow, and they preserve everything as it was in 1999 when the submarine was decommissioned. Sleeping bunks, cafeteria. All these analog instruments, which I have no idea how they are used. Periscope to view what's above you. Yep. More stuff and whatsoever. More stuff. More things I don't know about. And yeah, these are some of the other ships that they preserve. Some kid-friendly exhibitions about the sea. And this one is it's not a replica of it's not a real historical ship, but a replica of a 16th century one called the Bicycle, if I remember correctly, if I pronounce it correctly, dating from the 17th century. 17th century. So you can read over here, it was a Dutch vessel that was primarily involved in, what do I say? In the spice trade, and then it was one of the first to make contact in Australia. But that was years before it was being settled by the British. Spice trade. So this replica actually dates back to 1999, and it's actually a fully shipworthy one. So all the things on deck, below this deck was all where the spices were stored, so people actually slept in the open. And it didn't have steering wheels back then, so I think they used this kind of wooden stick to steer the ship itself. Some shots, cannon, more photos of the ship. And this is the wooden staircase that leads to the top of the lighthouse. Some gears that power the light in the lighthouse. This is the lighthouse, how it looks like. John Lewis. Oh, shelling lagers, okay. So covers pearls, I suppose. This one is a very interesting history because this is the ship that has the closest tie to Singapore. So, what it was, it was originally a Japanese fishing boat that was taken by the British during World War II and then repurposed as a spy ship, stealth spy ship in 1943. So they pretended to be a Japanese ship and then used it to carry out some sabotage operations in Japanese occupied Japan. And then somehow they lost the ship until the 1960s when it was rediscovered and then taken care of, and then finally ends up in this museum itself. And fun fact is that some of the museum exhibits that they used for the Quay is actually also on display in the Singapore Museum. Exactly one for one match. The National Singapore Museum, the same exact assets and videos used to talk about the Quay in the museum, the Maritime Museum in Australia, also used in Singapore, the National Singapore Museum. This should be, yeah, I think this is how the Quay looks like. I'm not so sure. So you can always double check. So this is the main exhibit in the Maritime Museum itself. A lot about Aboriginal ideas of the sea, you can see. So this is how the beginning of the main exhibit looks like. Interior one. Okay. So this is the engine preserve of this steamboat, the Caracara. The preserved periscope from another ship. So a lot of Navy stuff. Okay, then this is a ship that an Australian woman was using to sail the world solo on her own. So about 6 months to do so back in 1988. She actually entered the ship itself, but I didn't really want to bother. So this is the ship that an Australian woman she was in. She sailed around the world in 1988. Yeah, more exhibits. This one is more about how the Europeans and Aboriginals stayed separately, how they navigated and charted the seas. Here is again what I talk about the voyages, civilian voyages to Australia by boat. And there are a lot of parts of the museum. At the time that I visited, there was a part that was still under construction, and it's quite easy to actually get inside it. Okay, another temporary exhibit about underwater photographer. And that's about it. The museum closed quite early at 4 PM. So after that, it's time to explore the nearby Darling Harbour. I choked. So I didn't really want to walk that far after so long at the Maritime Museum, so I just went to eat dinner nearby and that was it. So here's some nice views of Darling Harbour. Nearing towards sunset. So I went to have a meal at this restaurant. So, sorry, before that here's some water fountain. And this is just behind Darling Harbour near the Chinese Garden of Friendship. Built by a sister city in China. This is the restaurant itself. What I ordered, strawberry lime soda and a very nice interpretation of fish and chips. I forgotten what the name of the restaurant is called, unfortunately, but never mind, it's just right near, it's never mind, I'll try to figure out another time. So, day 4. Coogee to Bondi Beach. So, to give you some context, I think it's best that I start off with a bit of how the tour is like, the journey is like. So, train all the way to Coogee Beach. I started around here. We walk all the way to Gordon's Bay, to Crowberry Beach, and after that it's to even more beaches. Coastal walk here. Crowberry Beach, pass by Waverley Cemetery, to Bondi Beach, Tamarama Beach, Mackenzie's Bay, and you end up at Bondi Beach, and that's where I ended my walk. Okay. Just open these so that I can refer to them if necessary later. So many items. Even if this is on the solid state drive, it's still taking a very long time to load. Okay, but let's start first. So, waking up early in the morning. This is why I had breakfast at Lemon. Not yet. Why am I jumping immediately to... Okay. Menu itself. So what I had was the egg benedict. Smoked bacon. No, smoked salmon, sorry. Nope. Okay, finally they have. With some hot tea before that. Definitely. The egg benedict with some hollandaise sauce, spinach, and smoked salmon. And yep, how lemon looks like. Breakfast place. Okay, so now let's... Beach. Don't know which part this is. So I'm not sure where these parts are in the walking tour from Coogee to Bondi, but I hope you enjoy the view nonetheless. Okay, so this is definitely Coogee Beach. This is the point I started at. Along the way, you see a lot of nice coastal views, as well as a few swimming pools, both free and paid. And the houses over at the coast are obviously amongst the most expensive in Sydney, obviously. This seems to be the Crowberry Beach if I'm not wrong. So this is the first of the pools I see. This one is entirely saltwater and it's at Coogee Beach. Saltwater, I tried to touch a bit of the water and definitely was saltwater. Really stunning views. And the beaches are a lot better than what I see in Singapore. It's called the Ross Jones Memorial Pool apparently. Okay, more coastal views. Again, the Ross Jones Memorial Pool seen from afar. It's actually free to access. You can free to go inside if you don't mind a bit of salt water. Coogee Beach. Again, like all Australian beaches, you can only swim when there are flags planted in between a certain area, and you must swim within that area. You shouldn't go inside when there's no flags at all. It's how violent the waves can be. Just look at that. It's good thing that along the way you have a lot of water coolers to fill up water bottles with. Yes. Okay, I forgot about this, but never mind. I don't remember all the beaches I see because it's all messed up. This is just after Coogee Beach. This leading to the Bali Bombing Memorial. See right here. Melbourne has another one, but it's at Lincoln Square, and I'll show you a bit about it later. Yeah. Bali Memorial. Basically commemorating the life that was lost in the tragic bombing of Bali in 2002. This is just after the memorial itself, the views. So yeah, this is definitely an area where Sydney shines over Melbourne. Is that a lot of nice scenery is within reachable distance from the city centre itself. So this is Waverley Cemetery. Literally, if I could say, it's a view worth dying for. All the graves, they just face right at a nice coastal area. It's quite unbelievable that they would use such prime land for this cemetery. So I'm pretty sure that the price for burying one's loved ones inside is pretty high. Waverley Cemetery. It's a view to really die for, isn't it? Literally. Okay. More views of Waverley Cemetery. More views. Okay. Gordon's Bay. Yeah, it's definitely worth visiting if your time you've ever arrived in Sydney. This is where they dock all the boats. It's not a very pleasant looking beach, it's such a small one here, but never mind. This is part of what they call the Bondi Aquatic Reserve. Zone B, this is where we were just now. Obviously, there are some things you need to know, what not to collect, what not to take. The ships themselves. This is Bronte Beach. That's where I had my lunch. Oh, the nice houses over here must be where millionaires stay. Oh, the steps. another swimming pool, but this one was not in operation at that time. Okay. So I need to clean it. This Tamarama Beach, if I'm not sure, if I remember correctly, this is another of the free for all public pools. All these rich people houses. Waverley Cemetery again. Bronte Beach from another perspective. This is where there's another swimming pool. Yeah, then you can climb up this rock formation just before. What's this place? Probably before Tamarama. Then you can climb up on this rock formation and see for yourself. This should be Tamarama Beach if I'm not wrong. Yeah, walking towards Tamarama Beach. There are a lot of people surfing even though this is winter season, where it can be quite chilly when there's wind as well. Bronte Beach. This is where I had lunch at the Brazilian restaurant called Bronte Belo, over somewhere on the east of this photo. Somebody fishing. Yeah, drink, I think Guarana. Pretty nice one. Beef stick medium there was well done. Yeah, this is the beef stick I had, well done. Very nice. Vegetables, rice, pretty good. Bronte Bello, that was the name of the restaurant. This is Bondi Beach, definitely. Bondi Beach. Just before Bondi Beach as well. More Bondi Beach. This is the restaurant I had lunch. Yeah, also already Bondi Beach from here. Okay. Put another angle. Bronte Beach. Yeah, these are some very stunning rock formations just before Bondi Beach. This is one of the free to use swimming pools. Probably at Bondi Beach if I'm not wrong. And you can see all the waves suddenly crash upon you. If you go inside and swim, probably quite cold in winter months, but you probably worth it for all these views, trust me. Like this, look at this. The violent waves crashing up next to you. That's probably experience. They can do it, pretty much recommended. Okay, this one is the Iceberg Club, if I'm not wrong. The Iceberg Club thing, this one you have to pay to access. And they definitely encourage members, more of a members type thingy. So I didn't go inside the pool itself, but you can take a look at it from afar, which is nice. This is the Iceberg Club swimming pool. It's I like the other previous swimming pools along the way from Coogee to Bondi. This one is actually pay to use because it's a members club. Though they do allow guests to enter as well. I was initially considering swimming inside there, but then it was probably too cold in winter period. Maybe better off in summer, I guess. Yeah, more close-up shots of the pool. Bondi Beach up close. Yeah, look, see how big, look, just look. Show you one more time. Look, just look how big the waves can be sometimes. Just look. Close up. Yeah, look at that. Take up close. Yep, much closer towards the beach itself. Unfortunately, at one part I got my shoes wet, so I come back to the hotel. Luckily, I got my shoes wet trying to film some the scenes over here towards sunset. So the good thing was that there was a fresh water tap right offshore to quickly wash away the sand, the shoes and the socks. Then when I came back to the hotel, I just stuffed some toilet paper inside and let it quickly dry as much as I could. Because this was the only pair of shoes I had. Even if there are some cortex material inside, unfortunately. Now this is towards sunset itself, really nice scene. Where the sky starts to turn pink, Tamara Beach bus stop. Yeah, this is how it looks like towards sunset. People still surfing, look at that. More photos. At one point, actually, one of the surfers that came onto shore, he asked me if I had taken a video of his surfing, and I did show him, but then he declined. He actually said he didn't really need me to send it to him for some reason. Even though we could quickly just share using Quick Share on Samsung. But somebody, well, she's brave enough to use a laptop like that. I'm pretty impressed at what she's doing. Can you imagine yourself using a laptop in this kind of scenario? Risking it even? Yeah, this should be Tamarama Beach. Bondi Beach from the walkway. Even closer towards sunset. Sometimes I tell myself that if things in Singapore really get very, very jialat or awful, cannot say it for some reason, then Australia is definitely the first place of refuge I would consider. If they were sent refugees from Singapore by that time, that is. Alright. More photos. Yeah, more rock formations just before Bondi Beach. Some really wallpaper worthy like this. Bondi Iceberg Club. Sunset, and this is the main building itself. After that I just went back home. Luckily I had bought a pair of slippers to go and take a look at the nearby World Square Mall for dinner. And here is what I saw. Wait a minute. I think the trip will probably last for about 3 hours. So this is how the street scene looks like at night. All the shops. So it's almost impossible to realize that you're actually not in Asia itself, technically. All the shops have a very Asian feel here for some reason, most of them. So it's Pascal just standing right outside World Square. For copyright reasons, I'm not really showing the video, but this is his name, Joey Nas. Pretty good, I did give him some money. So always every time if I see a Pascal and I think it's mostly to take videos of them, I always give them a small sum of money, a token of appreciation. So this is World Square itself, Gong Grocer. It's just a recently opened Asian focused supermarket. Well, if I were to consider a change at this time, I think it would be a very useful place to be at. And then this is what I found, Super Mario Sweets. Just nice. You know that I'm a sucker for anything Yoshi related. That's why I bought these sweets. And the gacha machine over here. Although surprisingly I didn't see anything really related to anime or something like that. All these kind of miniature transport and all that. Basically nothing about anime at all. Okay, then this was the restaurant that I had dinner at. It's actually run mostly by Chinese people, but it has a Japanese feel as well. So it's a bizarre Japanese-Chinese hybrid of things. Yeah, Chinese-Japanese hybrid steamboat restaurant. They have a buffet, but I just opted for the cheaper combo itself, which is about $30 and I think it's quite fulfilling. You get quite a lot of stuff. Vegetables, seaweed, chicken, very big slice of chicken, 2 eggs actually, soft boiled egg, this kind of egg, udon, cheesecake, and a drink. So what I did was that I just put almost all the ingredients inside this hot pot, and including the hot pot, and just eat like that. Yeah. So, and on the 5th day, I had to wake up early because we were going all the way to see the Blue Mountains. So, yeah. Okay, some of the tours just on the way between the journey itself, on the bus. So let's just start with the first place I visited, which was Featherdale Wildlife Park in Sydney. It's not as famous as the Taronga Zoo, definitely, but still maybe worth a visit nonetheless, to be honest, because it mostly specializes in native Australian wildlife. So yeah, let's take a look at passport Featherdale Sydney. So the main attraction about this is that you have quite a few free roaming kangaroos and wallabies that you can choose to hand feed them if you pay for the fee, which I didn't bother. And kidna, unfortunately they are not knuckles. And kidna. I have no idea why Sega tried to boycott Knuckles and Echidna. It doesn't even look remotely that similar, honestly speaking. More birds. 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 Want to pay for it? That's more like it. Sheep. But animals. Emu. This is an emu. One of the two animals in the Australian coat of arms, and both can be edible as well. Both emus and kangaroos are edible as well. But to be fair, I didn't try any kangaroo meat at that time in Australia. I have no idea why I never bothered, but never mind. Emu, flightless bird. Someone hand feeding this. I know it's a wallaby or something like that. I don't know. A kangaroo, and I'm not so sure. Whatever. Someone choking a cow, not me, obviously. Ducks, probably. Now this one. Is it a wombat? I think it is. Wombat. Kangaroo. These are definitely kangaroos. Just look at this one, particularly. Look at this one. The one that's standing upright. Look at this one. Nice. Look at him. Snake. Australia always with the poisonous snakes. Another snake. Two dingoes. But oh, look carefully at this one. See this one carefully. This is the View-sonic bird or the golden finch. I always call it a View-sonic bird because this is the exact bird that they have in the View-sonic logo. This is not emu. I think it's another flightless bird. I forgot what it's called. More birds. These are the same fairy penguins that I saw in Melbourne a bit later. Fairy penguins, the smallest penguins around, only about foot tall. You know, I wonder whether or not the best place to ever be reborn is a zoo animal, because you know what? You stay in captivity, you have no need to worry about any predators of all sorts. You're taken care of 24/7 by a nice group of people that'll do anything to protect you. And you don't have to worry about human things like money, finance, all that. I really truly think that the pinnacle of reincarnation is to become a zoo animal. And assuming, of course, the zoo is of a very decent standard, to be fair. So here, koalas. They always sleep for about almost 20 hours a day, because that's the most efficient use of their diet of eucalyptus leaves. And in fact, koalas are so called because koala actually means don't drink in some Aboriginal language, so they get all their water they need from the eucalyptus leaf. So pretty interesting animals. That's why they always sleep 20 hours a day. You know, like so it's very rare to see any side activities from the koalas at all. Is this an albino kangaroo? I'm not so sure. More kangaroos, people feeding them. Again, quite a lot of South Koreans that I saw. And actually, most of the people in my tour group during the Blue Mountains, they were from India. More koalas. Sleeping koala again. But of course, they always had one spare koala to use for photo taking, as you'll see later. More birds. More people feeding the kangaroo, the wallaby or something like that. See? I wonder if you think it's cute. This is the map of the zoo itself. Started here. Hola. Sleeping mood. Kangaroo speaks his mind. You think I would be happy if I had my liberty? Don't you believe it, brother? This is the life for me. No traps, no baits, no flaws, floods or fire. No man with guns who never tire. Here we can eat at leisure with friends and not with fear of having soup made out of our tails for any stockman near. I like to keep my hide intact, not made into a boot, or maybe just a wallet for men who love to shoot. Here we find freedom, fun and pleasure under sky of blue. We are a happy family living at the zoo. They love us all, they know us well, everyone by name. Brother, I feel full of hope and I'm very pleased I came. Wow, I told you so. No doubt, the pinnacle of reincarnation is being reincarnated as a zoo animal, I can tell you. How do you measure up? Both the kangaroo and the emu are about 1.8 meters tall. But it just happened that it saw my camera and it took a liking to me, it seems. Crocodile, not much movement, so I did take a video of it. Lizards, snake. Yep, so this is where they had a spare. They have at least one spare koala for you to take photos with. I didn't partake in that. And it seems that this koala item very interested, it seems. Okay, now after that we only had about 2 hours to spend at Feather. Actually only about an hour plus to spend at Featherdale before we had to take to our next stop, so it's a pretty rushed one to be honest. So the next thing we did was we ended up in this place called Leura, a small village, to have lunch. The tour guide gave us a range of options to eat, so there was no real one single place to eat. So I just went to what I could see the nearest park, which is the Teapot Museum. Yeah, it's actually a private museum with that not only just a private collection of teapot, but also sells a lot of antique stuff as well. Like this, for sale teapots. And they charge an admission fee of $5.50, but they actually will give you back the $5.50 as a discount if you spend on their retail or at their cafe. So they keep a collection of teapots from around the world. England, Asia, Africa, all these places. Here's an example. How the exhibit looks like. All of the teapots. Oh, I think that the unfortunate effect is that it's a bit too cluttered for my liking. These other texts are all being obscure, so I think that maybe they should just consolidate to a few of the important ones and maybe let the not so important ones be taken care of by maybe a few digital photographs on a tablet. That could be a better way of looking at things, to be honest. More teapots. This time novelty shape. China, and that's actually where they put the Southeast Asian teapot, according to the museum director, apparently. So they can't really differentiate between what's from China and what's indigenous to South, and what is indigenous to Southeast Asia. All the stuff on sale. And I had tea with crepe with strawberry jam and cream scones. I didn't really like that much. Pretty good, I would say. And afterwards, it was now time to take a bus to the Blue Mountains. So we actually went mostly to this place called the Scenic World. That's where you can take 3 motor transport up and down. So I went through this way, the cable car down, the blue one, walked around this rainforest, which I probably spent a little too much time on, and went up this very steep railway up back to the main building, and then took this yellow cable car up to Anchor Point. So let's just start where we were at. Okay. So this is Echo Point itself, that is the end point of the yellow cable car. I came a bit too late because we had to leave at 3:30, so didn't really went inside at all. That's something I regretted a little bit, and of course you can see it's very misty, all obscured by the rain cloud, so not best weather today, but it does give the mountain something of a mysterious feel, I must say. And this is the red cut that goes up, and it's a very steep one. It's very shocking the first time you try, because I didn't know the inclination would be so steep. Yeah, correct. This is the Blue Mountains, the Three Sisters. So the fun fact is that a lot of the early convicts, they actually believed that the Blue Mountains, what lay behind was actually China of all places. And I can understand why after going to the Blue Mountains themselves, because with all this mysterious weather, I think it looks a lot like some similar landscape in China as well, to be honest. And this part used to be a coal mine in the 19th century as well, the rainforest trail, as you can see out here. This is a place where the predecessor to the railway inclined railway was built, dating back to the 1930s. Predecessor. What a mine would like from the inside. Based on this photograph itself, that's where night mode really comes very handy. Remnants of a mining cart. More remnants of the mine that was here in the past. Statues. Work tools. Circa 1898 coal mine artifacts. Yeah, these are actual real mushrooms, not plastic ones. Real mushrooms, and they are probably poisonous if you take one of them and eat it. It's very certain. So it's just very nice to be walking around this peaceful rainforest for sure. Very nice, look at all the nice trees. Blue mountain gum. Yeah. Most of this walking tour is actually handicap friendly, but wheelchair friendly, but some parts are not. Three sisters hiding behind this. Very big, sorry. And yeah, this is where you see some of the children-oriented things. They have all these children related gimmicks to try and catch their attention, I suppose. More things to look at. Yeah, this is the blue cable car that takes you down to the rainforest trail. And this is the machinery that actually powers this blue cable car that goes down through the rainforest trail itself. Okay, the usual welcome to country, acknowledgement of indigenous people messages. Again, I have nothing against these kind of things. In fact, actually, at least they remind you that this is a country that not yet fully reconciled its modern past with its much more ancient one, I would say. Okay, this visitor center. This is the view from the yellow cable car. See, so misty and all that, so it looks definitely like China in some parts. Okay, definitely. No wonder. It's actually raining a little bit on that day, so it's also even colder as a result. This is the blue. No, this is the yellow one, sorry. More views from the Echo Point. Yeah, it was very windy and here. Look at that. Yeah, very, very mystic. Yeah, this is within the Blue Mountains cable car between Echo Point and the visitor center. Three sisters up close. The name is actually from an Aboriginal legend apparently about sisters that were turned to stone. This is from outside the scenic road itself. Yeah. This is another visitor center, mostly selling Australian souvenirs at the restaurant. So not much to really see. Yeah, this is the very steep climb for the steep railway incline climb upwards and downwards. So be very careful about that. All type your items when you take this ride. Otherwise, you'll be the very short, even though you can technically control the amount of incline you feel, but I don't think it really makes that much of a difference. Yeah, this is going up. So that really took me by surprise because so what happened was that I dropped one of my phones down as a result. The Rakuten hand, but at the very least, it survived with only a very minor crack. So these people in front, they were the ones who took my phone. Yeah. Sometimes I mute the audio because I don't want to dox my real voice, to be honest with you. So yeah, it goes up. It's a bit hard to see because it's quite dark and it's raining, but you're still going up the trail of forest. And there's a part where it's a bit dark. Just fast forward it a little bit. Yeah, see this part? Total darkness. Then you suddenly emerge. Yeah, I think it's probably a tunnel or something. And we are heading back up to the visitor center. It's actually being driven by a person behind. Yeah, then they open up the whatnot. This is the cart coming down. Fortunately, because it was just one full day, so this thing is pretty. So I didn't have time to do all of what we want to do, like riding it 2 ways. This is the old remnants of the old 19th century mine, Katoomba mine. The creeks that I found. Look at that. More of such scenery. It's raining quite high, as you can see. Walking on the trail itself is a very relaxing experience, I must say. Alright, there's mosquitoes flying around me for some reason. Yeah, this song again, this is the blue cable where it takes you up and down from the visitor center to the forest trail. Going up, leading to the people. Three sister mountains. This is a visitor center outside the scenic world itself. There's a souvenir shop over there. A view of the blue mountains. Mini shopping mall. The lookout at Echo Point, that's what it's called apparently. Okay, so we were done about 2 hours afterwards, and it was now time to go to the last part, which is actually the least memorable part, is a ferry. When I booked this ferry, right, I was led to believe that it was some sort of private affair, going down, seeing the place, when it turns out it's actually nothing more than a public transport ferry that costs about 10 Australian dollars downwards. I wish they had this a bit more honest about this, because otherwise it's not too bad for public transport ferry, and there's even a toilet inside. Yeah, we went all the way from Sydney Opera Park back to Circular Quay. So not a lot of good video to take given that it was dark, but here is what you can see from the ferry itself. This is approaching, either it's Darling. Yeah, this is Luna Park at North Sydney. We are going past the Sydney Harbour Bridge. All those other fancy, I was thinking it would be more of a fancy one, but it's just a public transport one. Although to be fair, the tour guide, he actually gave us $10 in a banknote to fund the ferry itself. Yeah. Heading towards Circular Quay, and we are done. I think they actually made a stopover at Darling Harbour first before Circular Quay. So this is how it looks like inside the ferry itself. So every time it stops at a certain particular stop, the people who are manning the ferry, they have to step out and go and I'll show you what I mean later. I'm sure I have the footage right over here. So here's one of the stops, right? Then the staff have come out, and what they do is they secure the ferry just like this, using a rope. Then people will board it up using some octopus ramps like this. Every time a ferry stops, then they go back inside until the next stop is reached. So it took about slightly less than an hour from Sydney Olympic Park to reach Circular Quay. So here's how it looks like from the inside. The toilet is right inside here. This is the ferry that we took. Yep. This is how they operate every time they reach a stop, the staff. Yeah, I was still raining at that point, unfortunately. So day 6, the first thing, since the flight wasn't until 2 PM, first thing I did was to take a look at Paddy's Haymarket in Sydney. Wait a minute, let me just sort everything by date. Yep. Again, it's taking some time for the thing to load. I don't know why all the videos are separate from the photo, but never mind. So this is just outside Paddy's Haymarket. This is actually where you get all the souvenir shops for a good price, because all the other souvenir shops seem to sell it at a much more inflated one. So this is where you get cheap souvenirs like this one. Although to be fair, I think most of them are not made in Australia but made in China. But then again, these are cheap plushies. So what am I to need to call out them up for? A lot of them, if they're not selling souvenirs or whatnot, they're actually selling mobile phone accessories and doing repair for some reason. So on top of, so interesting about Paddy's Haymarket is that on top of the market itself, it's actually a proper shopping mall. Yeah, this is how it looks like from the outside. So the first floor, the ground floor in Australian speak, is where the Paddy's Haymarket is, where all the souvenirs, all the cheap stuff is on. But on the second floor, or the first floor in Australian speak, is where there is a proper shopping mall inside. Yeah. Every night 17 I'm a bit tired. Hang on there. So yeah, this is the kind of thing you can see inside Paddy's Haymarket. All the souvenirs that sell so much cheaper than elsewhere. Repair shops, all these places. Yeah. And as part of it, there's actually a vegetable market as well. As you can see over here. Vegetable market. Okay, so I forgot to mention that before that I had breakfast at the cafe near my hotel. So what I had was this. Omelette something, right? Where's the omelette? Traditional omelette, yeah, this one. Ham, tomato, cheese with sourdough. Yeah, this one. Omelette. Alright, market. Yep, and surprisingly in a country like Australia, this store had the gumption to try and sell fake sneakers openly, just like that. My goodness. One immediate time I can see that probably all the shoes he's selling them are fake and not particularly high quality ones at all. You can see that. I'm quite surprised that this is actually the case, to be honest. See? Fake shoes, but never mind. But okay, this is, yeah. So I told you the ground floor is where they sell the cheap goods. The first floor is a shopping mall proper. Yeah. And they have this mall, they're selling all those Asian cute stuff. And they're also selling one Yoshi plush. This one. And for 89 Australian dollars, look at that. 89 Australian dollars for one Yoshi plush. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it. $89 for a Yoshi plush. No, I don't even know if it's actually official from Sunday yet now. So $89 is too much to pay for a Yoshi plush. So immediately I just left, no more questions asked. Yep, and that's about it. All Paddy's Haymarket. With that, it was time to transit to the airport itself. Oh, sorry, not now. So, I checked out the hotel at 11 and took the train all the way to the airport itself. The good thing about Sydney is that the airport is much closer to the city centre than in Melbourne, and you can take a direct train there instead of just a bus. Not my breakfast, sorry. Right, so this is the domestic terminal train. The airport, the first floor, domestic terminal. Yeah, this is the central station. Actually, I went to the airport, back to the Mexico airport by taking a tram first, then a train at Central, switch over. So again, as usual, they use numbers instead of the actual line, which is a bit confusing. So you need to refer to this in the first place. Well, at least they have a nice map here to show you where all the tourist spots are in Sydney. I think I'll try to explore more if I ever come back here another time. Okay. A nice advertisement over here. Train's the best way to so on and so forth. So I took Virgin Australia to between Sydney and Melbourne. It's about 1 hour 30-minute flight. And as a budget airline, there's nothing they have for free except for free tea and coffee and water on board. Otherwise, you have to pay. So here's the flight itself, descending into Melbourne. If I'm not wrong. Yeah, take a look. Descending into Melbourne's Marine Airport. There's another secondary airport that's much further away from the city centre, but I didn't really consider it. So I bought they were, well, Virgin Australia, at least they operate using two exits. You either go directly through the bridge itself, or you can take the stairs down to the summit. By the way, the plane they were using is a 737-800, but normally they call it the 737, but confusingly they call it the 737-8 SE. So thankfully it's actually a 800, rather it's a new generation, a 737 rather than infamous Max 1. Thank goodness. But after that, you had to cross the staircase back right up to here, back to the actual bridge itself. So now this is Melbourne's airport's domestic arrivals. It's still a bit of a novel concept to travel domestically in the country. It's still a bit of a novelty for me from Singapore to travel via plane domestically, to be honest, because Singapore is too slow to have a domestic flight service. So this is how they do the live demo for the safety on board. And then afterwards, I took the Sydney airport bus between the airport to the city centre. It stops by at the Central Rail Station. It's about $40 for a two-way ride, which I think is a lot better than taking a taxi that's about $50 at the same price for only one way. It goes through the expressway. And yeah, and we are now back home to a familiar place I really loved when I was there 2 years ago. Yeah, this Ferris wheel, Star Ferry, no longer operational for a very long time. Initially opened, it was totally a mess, operationally not ready, broken. Very long story behind it. And yeah, this Central interchange. So now one of the two funny stories I had in Australia, Sydney interchange, both times I actually witnessed two psycho people. Both of them were basically ranting and shouting at the top of their voices. In Sydney it was one woman, and in Melbourne it was one man. I just stayed away from them as much as possible, just to mind my own business. I don't know why this happened. Why were they so angry? I have no idea. So just outside the Central Rail Station, it's time to take the tram to my next hotel, Mercure Welcome. Much better than the one in Sydney, I must say. Yeah, this is the plane that flew me from Sydney to Melbourne, VHVUT. this is the stop. This is the sky bus. That's what the airport bus is called. So you need to keep your receipt in order to do the verify for the two-way route. They come back. Okay, so first thing is to check in at the Mercure Welcome. Okay, pardon for the slightly blurry photo. The condition is a lot better than the YEHs Hotel I expect for a big name hotel, but also probably because it's a bit of a higher price range as well, slightly higher. The TV channels it was subscribed to Foxtel seems to provide a few foreign channels as well. Yeah, nice bed. There was no option for room for one, so it's actually meant for two. No safe inside fortunately, so I had to keep the valuables locked inside the luggage. Mini fridge. Yeah, this is toilet itself. Just yeah, somehow it shares a similar. Yes, it's quite near to another much more upscale hotel called Pullman. Yeah, and breakfast, what they had was that I only took breakfast once at the hotel itself. My hotel fee didn't include breakfast, so I only spent it on the day the day that I was going to visit Phillip Island and what do I call that? The Public Railway, because of the lack of time. So the main breakfast hall it was still being renovated, so they had it at this other part. It's not a very fancy one, just a few basic stuff. Some bread, some fruits, a bit of Asian things, sausage, chicken. Not a fancy one, just no frills. $25, I think it's a bit expensive, but never mind, no time. This is the view that is from my hotel room, the reception area. And this is the bathroom itself. Again, this blue strip area is the admin space, which I'm not comfortable showing. All those refillable bottles. Good. So let's go back to day 6. Take a look at what else I saw. So as soon as I deposit my luggage, first thing I did was to go and back to Lincoln Square. That's near where the University of Melbourne is at. So the tram ride all the way to Lincoln Square. It's quite interesting that most of the tram services from Lincoln Square to the central area, they all use these older 1980s trams that don't have wheelchair access. They have to climb out a few flight of stairs to get into them. So Lincoln Square, first thing you see is this fountain that's the memorial which is Melbourne's own memorial for its Bali bombing victims as compared to the one in Sydney. A very nice playground. And this is the student hostel that the admin used to stay 2 years ago when he was in student exchange. Very nostalgic. Wainan is the Chinese term I'll call it. Really lodge. This one was actually quite recently opened when I went, and I think it was only about a year old when I went inside. I hope the facilities are still doing well there. So I just walked down and it seems there are a lot of construction work going on near the university itself. And first thing I did was to go to Carlton neighborhood and eat this Nasi Lemak House. That's the name of the restaurant. Yeah, very good Nasi Lemak by Australian standard to be fair. I really enjoyed the place very much when I was in student exchange. And yeah, probably they're striking for some reason in Melbourne about some things I suppose. Let's take a look at some other things I saw on day 6. Yeah, this is Melbourne Central, the mall itself. Ah. Well, this is the Melbourne Emporium, if I'm not wrong, and right inside there is the Genesis Auto Showroom, Genesis Motors, the luxury spin-off of Hyundai. And yeah, it was actually there when I was on Student Exchange in 2022. It's still around there, quite surprising, because I didn't really see a lot of Genesis cars on the road itself. Yeah, and last day it was a crate from Melbourne Central. They were selling a CREP, a crate cafe, selling it, fill up all the stuff and eat it. Now day 7. It's basically just to take a look at a few places. First thing of the day was to go to this place called Bakemono Bakers. Just found some of the best bakeries in Melbourne, and this is one of the things that came in, and I say why not? So it's a very Asian style of bakery, as you can see right over here. It's like so, like the Melbourne is quite famous for its bakeries, it seems. So I ordered the ham and cheese croissant and this mixed berries and Nutella custard Danish. Pretty good, I must say. Yep. Yoshi eggs, so I bring Yoshi out. The next thing was to take a look at some parts of... Okay, let's take a look at the police museum first. This was a place that was closed when I was in Melbourne, so I thought I'll take a look at it back again. So it turns out it's part of the bigger police complex within Melbourne, Police HQ in Melbourne. So it's very, very kids oriented, as you can see over here. It's quite kid friendly. And all the different subcategories are nicely divided based on colour. So you see they actually have horses as police animals. You know that Singapore now we are closing our turf club in Kranji at the end of this year, so perhaps some of the horses can be used for police purposes, I hope. Horse training, what they are using. Ned Kelly, probably the most famous criminal in Australian history. This is the armor that Ned Kelly and his associates wore, all made up of very heavy metal. Very heavy to wear, so they must be very, very big people if they have to wear such armor. CSI equipment, parts. Policing a changing world. Oh, interesting that we'll talk about such history. Yeah, this is basically the remnants of a car bomb next to the police HQ some 40 years ago. More artifacts on display. Facial identification kit. Okay, diversity. This is how the exhibit looks like on video. Not a very big museum and quite doable within an hour or even less. Melbourne's QV Melbourne. Dao Tiao Mian, Dao noodle, yeah, Dao Tiao Mian, pretty good noodles. Myself, Dao noodle. I recommend if you ever go to Melbourne, this is a good Chinese noodle place. Okay. After that, it was time to head a bit north to Brunswick to just take a look a bit more at the urban areas, I must say. Then came back up. Then afterwards, time to go back to see my old university, exchange university. Standing, yeah. So since then, a lot of construction works been going on. I think this is probably student accommodation. Yep, since they have completed a metro station right next to the university itself that was still under construction when I was there 2 years ago, right next to the Alan Gilbert building. The project is still going to be completed until 2026, but it's all more or less done up, as you can see right over here. So from this entrance, the main entrance, completed metro, the John Mackie building. Probably one of the more iconic buildings within the university campus premises. As you can see, look at that. John Mackie building. This is the Bailey Library, where their main library is located at. So building this place has a lot of 19th century buildings, new with the old. This is the main arts building that was completed in 2016, the interior. All views of the campus itself. Okay. The bronze players come to see the campus again. House of Cards, one of the places selling coffee around the campus itself. John Mackie building from another view. Alan Gilbert building, although I never encountered inside there. Here is the entrance to the new train network itself. That's where the hospitals are at. Department of Critical Care, interesting. They repurposed all these 19th century houses to reuse. Such. The courtyard, all these old arts, the old arts building and the new arts one. So this is a nice cartoon of how the university looks like. So this seems to be a new golden precinct under construction. Okay, I get it. Union House. I didn't really go beyond this part, fortunately, but throughout my time here. Sports clubs, the gym. Alright. Union House, this is where they had. I think. I'm not really sure what was inside there last time, but never mind. Faculty of Design. Yeah, this is a newly constructed area from where I was last time. Facilities than before. And that's about it for day 7, except. And then I went back to the hotel, rest for a while, and then I decided, okay, maybe I should just continue walking since I'm already here already, and I won't be here for long. So I decided to walk all the way to Federation Square, which is one of the biggest Festival of Melbourne signature buildings from Chinatown, starting from Chinatown, which is just right beside the Mercure Welcome. So it's actually quite walkable to be fair. Walking, yeah, and you end up at Federation Square. No reason or just to take a look at stuff. Yeah, they have a very nice Aboriginal light show at night. And crossing cross over to the east. The Samsung advertisement. And the Melbourne Central Station. This is where another of the. No, sorry, then I made a mistake. The station where the Skybus is actually Southern Cross Station, but that's also a major hub for all the trains in Melbourne. This is just outside Melbourne Central Station. This is supposed to be an Anglican church, if I'm not wrong. And just beside it is this original 50 over plus years old photo booth that's still using 1970s technology. So the owner of this booth is actually 91 years old, but luckily there was a younger couple that managed to take over the operations of the booth itself, and they had to do a lot of things to maintain its proper condition. So, for instance, all the vandalism they had to face, and they have to source the paper to develop the film itself from Russia to keep it original. I actually didn't go and take a photo inside, but this is how it would work. Yes, the irony. People still vandalize the machine even though it's like 50 plus years old, and my goodness, I hope that maybe someday it will end up in the Melbourne Museum. I hope. Yeah, see, almost a lot of the things about this machine is still original, including these promotional advertisements. And this is probably the last of its kind left in Melbourne, Australia, in Melbourne, Australia. Walking down from the Central Rail, it's just one to take a look at the Yarra River. One more time. Over there, the Crown Casino, at night they will have this fire actual fire displays, fire shows, using real fire. Like this. It's a bit blurry because I'm using the 10 times optical zoom camera from the S22 Ultra. This is Melbourne Central Station. Brunswick, sorry, this is Brunswick. Okay. I'll show you a bit more of Brunswick later in part 2 of this, when we talk about all the technological stuff. So part day 8, the second last day, Phillip Island and Puffing Billy, Wine Hub and Coastal Tour. So we met up next to Hotel Windsor, which is just right next to Victoria State Parliament House. So Windsor Hotel, this is right opposite where the bus was at. So the first place we visited was the Puffing Billy railway station. Puffing Billy rail network. So this network was originally built in the earlier 20th century. But in the mid-1950s, when the automobile was very well developed, it started to fall into disuse. But because of the work of a few brave volunteers who worked for a decade, and until now, it's still operational and now become a major tourist attraction. So we took from Belgrave to Lakeside, if I'm not wrong. This is how the train looks like. It's actually using actual coal, if I'm not wrong. So if you smell it, it can be a bit nauseous for some people. This is the Lakeside Visitor Centre, the end of the journey itself. The train goes off. This is how the it looks like. Okay, sorry, this is how the interior looks like of the railway station. You can, these are some of the artifacts they have. It's a mini museum of sorts. And this is what I can see as you go past the train. You can dangle your legs out if you want to, it's really optional. Some of the rail stops and all that. Yeah, so this is how the carriage looks like from the inside. So we started around started at Belgrave and ended at Lakeside. And we will stop over at Menzies Creek. Now let's take a quick look at what this thing says. There, at the end of Lakeside, there is a model railway house, but unfortunately it was open on that day itself. No, I've definitely visited. And yeah, don't know why about this, but they have all these it's not actually generated from AI, contrary to what you might think, but actually painted by real artists. Karen Elsop. It's not an AI generated photo, actually, it's really somebody painted it, which is quite amazing. Maybe like 4 years ago, people wouldn't really think that it's AI generated and would give their parents a doubt. But now people just see it and think, oh, it must be AI generated. Oh well. I haven't actually shown the videos yet, so let's just take a look. Yeah, this is at don't know whether it's Belgrade or Lakeside, I forgot. Okay, I think I scuffed the stream a little bit too much. And this is the fun part. Riding on the train itself. Yeah, see, you can dangle your legs out and you can, yeah. This is the funnest part of this is just parking beauty. Some sites along the way. Actually, it's not a very big site. Not a lot of nice scenic things to see along the road. Unfortunately, it's mostly just rural areas and all that. Except for this part where you're actually above the ground by a few meters, as you can see over here. Look at that. And sometimes the train is just, the track just turn across so that you can see the entire length of it just ahead of you. Maybe I should just open it in VLC player, then it'll be easier to see. Yep. See, this is the part of the train that's blowing out the coal. Sorry if the footage a bit shaky. Oh, hi! Usual Grab 4623. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask? I'm just showing the parking video itself. Heritage train rail network in Melbourne. So this network was actually preserved by volunteers after the 1950s and it has remained strong to this day. With the exception of the train captain, it's actually entirely volunteer run. So the signature feature is you can dangle your legs like this out and have fun while doing so. And this is the stopover at Menzies Creek. And we are now heading off for Menzies Creek, just finishing and heading out. Yeah, here's some more scenic views you can see. A lake all the way in front. You don't get to see this very often from the ride from Belgrade to Lakeside. So treasure them when you can see them. It's not scenic views all the way through in reality. So I think we'll take a look at the next stop, which is, we went straight into Phillip Island itself. Phillip Island is actually a touristy part of Melbourne and it's a pretty popular domestic tourist. Oh no, this is on the way to the parking building itself. Let me see if it's this video. Actually I took like probably more than 10,000 photos and videos together. Also not. But it should be inside the folder in that case, sorry. Yeah. On our way towards Phillip Island. This is the bridge that links the mainland of Australia to Phillip Island. So we're going up the bridge to Phillip Island. Yeah. So I was very privileged to be able to sit in front right next to the tour guide cum driver himself. I think his name was Nick if I'm not wrong, N-I-C-K. Somehow this bridge seems to remind me a little bit vaguely of the Tuas second link between Singapore and Gelang Pada in Malaysia, to be honest. Right there, right inside Phillip Island, home of the penguins. But first, this village. Yeah, so more sights to see before we more sights. Oh wait, this is actually to the sightseeing point first. Unfortunately, I can't really preview my videos with the proper steel thumbnail, so pardon me for that. Okay, this is the town of House or something like that. That is the eating point where there are a lot of restaurants. So I went to this restaurant over there called Corners where they had a burger. Not bad. This is the pulled beef. And I took a dessert, which is their American sundae. The burger that I took was this. I think it's a pulled beef burger. No, it's pulled pork. Sorry, it's pulled pork. Yeah, this one, pulled pork burger. Yeah, pork burgers are not very common in Singapore because halal things and whatnot. But never mind. So Sunday pretty good as well. So with that out of the way, we had. Okay. Just let me make sure I've seen everything first. Yeah, this is right inside Phillip Island towards the village. It's the Cowes Town, something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it. Cowes. Yep, this is how the town's roundabout. Okay, let's do that. After about an hour in the town itself eating, it was time to see the Nobbies Seal Rock, which is the first landmark of this place. There's also a rock called Seal Point where all the seals are supposed to be resting at. Western Port is part of UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. Okay. Very cool, but also very beautiful. That's what I can say. Well, again, because of time constraint, I couldn't walk all the way to the end if that's what I wanted. So this is some of the not so good things about having a K-Loop tour organized for you. The Lookout Center. This is an important nesting ground for birds including silver gulls and crested terns. It's also home to Australian fur seals, dolphins and migrating whales. Interesting. Yeah, this is where were the Nobbies. This is the bridge towards where we were, towards the mainland itself. House, that's where we had our lunch and tried the Nobbies. Oh, funny thing, look at this. Is he trying to take the tap water or something? I'm not sure. Australia has a very nice natural geography that Singapore can only dream of having. And you got some nice weather to accompany it to boot. Not hot, not humid, that's great. Okay. After that, it was time to see the final highlight, which is the Phillip Island penguins. Unfortunately, they have a rule saying that you are not allowed to take any photos of the penguins at night because apparently the infrared from cameras will cause negative effects to them. So I am a law-abiding citizen, so I just complied. But a lot of people apparently did not. People just take photos secretly away when the volunteers weren't looking. But they have a big business center inside. That's where you buy the souvenirs. And I bought this soft toy. A fairy penguin soft toy with the red jumper. It was about 32 dollars. And the jumper is actually something they put in real life penguins as well because they want to protect them from oil pollution. So penguin spotting starts around 5 PM every night. So that's when I start to view the penguins. When the sun starts to set, you cannot take photos officially. And over here, this is where you see, this is the barracks where the fairy penguins they have their homes at. That's where every night the penguins, they went into the sea, they go and collect the food for the young. That's where they go back home to, in other words. And these penguins, they usually have one partner, they stay and mate for life. Yep, here. So these rangers, volunteers are trying to protect the fairy penguins. So what happened was that in the earlier 20th century, when they started settling the islands, that became a tourist spot. But then eventually, because of too much human activities, then the penguin population began to fall, and the government eventually decided to step in and start to buy private property to create a natural park to protect the fairy penguins. So usually it's about a few thousand penguins that are calculated every night or so. So they actually count all the penguins that come inside. So this is how the barracks look like. That's where all the penguins, the homes of the fairy penguins, in other words. They have a snack bar and all that for you to eat while you watch the penguins. More exhibits about the penguins themselves. Yeah, fairy penguin. And so although the fairy penguin is actually found around Australia, the Phillip Island one is probably the most famous of them all. So that's why conservation is considered least concern. Now this is a history of Phillip Island projected using something and something. Yeah, this is the oil pollution that's affecting the fairy penguins. So that's why they have to wear, sometimes they make the knitted jumpers for them. Yeah. And we saw some wombats as well along the way. So this is how it looks like just before the penguins come in. They only come in after sunset as a safety measure, and they always come in groups. Wombats. Some of the biggest praise of the traditionally, one of the biggest praise for the penguins was the foxes that were introduced by movement, so they spend quite a lot of time in the past to try and capture the foxes and keep them away from the penguins. So this is our tour guide on the way to the penguin breeding area. He was driving very slowly so that we could try and spot wombats along the way. Oh, sorry, wallabies, not wombats. Again, slip of the tongue, so sorry. Yeah, very beautiful coast. Pity that Melbourne doesn't have them as close as, say, Sydney. Okay, then after that, it was a 2-hour drive back to Melbourne. I think it was about 100 plus kilometers before we got there. 2-hour drive. Yeah, credit to the driver, he knew what he was doing. The tour guide. Very, very dark at night. If you are doing a double holiday, I think it's best not to drive so late at night. Now finally it was the end. It's the end of the grudge. End of the whatsoever. And last day. Well, nothing much I did on the last day because the flight was this time 12:45. So first thing we did was to go to Quay Victoria Market, but most of the stores weren't open yet. Unfortunately, so it was a bad time that I came along, and there were really some construction works ongoing at that time. Yeah, precinct renewal. They hadn't started when I was last there 2 years ago. So I went to this bakery called Public Bakery. Again, very Asian focused. So chocolate. I also ordered 2 egg chocolate almond croissant and the egg tart, Portuguese egg tart. Yep, as you can see, we are along with some hot tea to eat back at the hotel. And it was then the bus ride back to Melbourne, Tullamarine Airport, this time to the international terminal. Last minute souvenir shops. Oh yeah, I tried to actually get there first via train to Southern Cross, but turns out that because of a water leak, it was all closed. My goodness. Luckily, the trams are always there as a backup, I guess. Skybus. Pride Month apparently. The special big deco for Pride Month, which I know nothing against actually. Pretty good. These kind of people are acknowledged well. So first thing I saw SQ advertisement. First thing going back home to see. Okay, one last new at Hungry Jack's, which is the name of the Burger King in Australia. That's because at that time when they was trying to set up Burger King in Australia, someone already had the Burger King name, so they call it Hungry Jack's after the franchisee himself. And then the funny thing is that Burger King actually then tried to come in the 1990s, but then there was a lawsuit and in the end they backed out and let Hungry Jack's take over back again. So I tried their Hungry Jack, their Big Mac clone called the Big Jack. Yeah, they call it the Big Jack, yes, and okay. The main difference is that I think they have pickles inside it. And then also their sides of chicken fries, and most of their stuff here was sold unfortunately, so it just leaves the Big Jack. Chicken fries, they also have it in Singapore, I just saw. And now they're boarding the plane itself on the way back. 8 hours straight. But still okay nonetheless. So this is the meal itself. Again, nothing very fanciful, also not that appetizing, just for fuel and that's it. With this night, but then they did serve one nice snack with it. This is fish dried brownie served as a snack. Pretty good. 8 hours, landed at Singapore 6:30 plus. Terminal 1, finally, fishball noodles. That was it, back at Singapore. Okay, so now let's start part 2 of this thing, which is the small technology shops that I came across the way. Sorry. The small technology shop that came across the way in Australia. Let's start with the big W here. Big W in Melbourne. Right next to the Woolies or Woolworth in QV. QV shopping mall. Department stores. All the prepaid SIM plans. Amazing. Actually, I was using Amazing desktop at Optus throughout my solar exchange over there. It's okay and even as data banking. There's infinite in nature, so you can keep using the surplus data for next month. So on and so forth, which is nice. Generic earbuds as usual. Laser brand. FX up. Our banks. Tech in Australia is quite significantly more expensive than its Singapore counterpart, unfortunately. Fitbit. Film cameras from Kodak. Yeah. Disposable film cameras. Single use. Okay. Chargers. Cables. Okay, now the phone activates themselves. Yeah. Oppo's, whatever, like in Australia, whatever that is. This is from 2022, obviously, so quite a bit outdated. Yeah, so in Australia, it's telcos can legally SIM lock your phone, but they don't usually do it unless it's a very cheap prepaid one that is tied to a prepaid plan. So that's why they commission companies like ZTE to make their own in-house phones like these ones that are meant as cheap prepaid ones. So also another quirk that I see in Australia is that they always have display boxes for people to actually take and give to the counter so when they can retrieve the actual box, which I think is a way to prevent and deter theft of expensive products, which is something I don't see in Singapore. They have fake boxes, you know that. Yeah, all the phones here. Part 2 of the Nokia G21. Oh, that's pretty old one, it's still being sold for $299, my goodness. C30 Nokia Moto phones. Special $199, what was that? I don't know, too blurry. Tablets from Lenovo. Kids tablets. Okay, another MVMO with Oppo bundles. Headphones from JBL, Telstra prepaid. Yeah, all these cards. So if they are not only paid boxes, they have these cards for you to take and pass to the counter. And all these in-house phones, ODM brands. Radios, TVs, and there's no-name Echo, powered by WebOS. Interesting. And you can bring home for a pretty interesting good price. Although I don't know how long they will last. Yeah. All these dummy phones that you can try out yourself, which is nice. So the budget space in Australia is usually dominated by Nokia/HMD, Motorola, and a bit of Oppo and Samsung. So Oppo, Samsung, Motorola, Nokia are the ones that are dominating this budget industry, and from my own experience, I think that Motorola seems to have the best deals of all in this budget price range. Take a look. Yeah. I think Samsung is a bit more overpriced in Australia compared to Singapore. So yeah, dummies of the Nokia 2660 flip and this rugged iOS phone from Aspera. Alright. Then there's also a big W at Sydney next to Sydney Town Hall, and very similar collection of, yeah, this one, Aspera. I wonder they chose the name so it sounds like Sony Xperia up close. Interesting. Probably they all just rebatch ODM products from China, but look at this one. Yeah, actually using probably the same chassis as. Hi Oli Gamer Boy, were you streaming just now? Thank you so much for coming over. Were you streaming just now? Oh yeah, you were. I didn't realize. Oh, too busy. So okay. So to all the viewers who came over here, I'm just at the second part of my Australian vlog, which I was previously talking about a 9-day tour of Australia. I went to Sydney, then Melbourne. So now I'm been talking about the tech that I saw that because I really like to see technology. Maybe I think so. When I was playing down the video just now, they were lagging a little bit. They were lagging quite a bit. So thanks for the head ups and suggestions. So okay, I'm now talking a bit about the technology that I saw. It's just not wet Singapore. So here are all the prepaid phones from Optus that most of them are actually rebatch of ZTE phones. This one from a brand called Aspera. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this phone itself, right? It's I think it's actually the same chassis as all those Z Flip clones that Smooth was reviewing itself. Same bodywork because it's so wide as a clamshell that they are really trying to copy the Z Flip form factor. Okay, more small stuff above. Opel, which in Europe, outside the United Kingdom, and in some parts of Asia, it actually is a car brand, but apparently in Australia, where you previously had a Holden brand, it's actually free for a smartphone brand to use. Again, it's very niche focused, elderly, kids focused, and I think a lot of them also China ODM rebrands. Motorola phones. Australia, I always think that Motorola phones are actually among the best value in Australia. So Telstra, so it's unlike Singapore, a lot of all the three telcos actually sell their own in-house brand cell phones for the prepaid to bundle along with prepaid plans, so they can, because it's not like Singapore where SIM lock of phones is illegal. In Australia, the telcos can legally SIM lock phones, but in practice they only do it for their very cheap prepaid ones, like these few, and they're all usually rebacked from some ZTE thingy. But sometimes they can be also just regular phones from reputable brands that are SIM locked. Yeah, so at the end of, so this is actually not Big W, but at Woolworths, which is the sister supermarket chain to Big W. So this supermarket also sells prepaid phones as well at the end. Okay. EB Games, that's a game chain. Game chain in... Basically, it's very similar to GameStop in the US, if you get what I mean. They sell mostly games as well as a bit of merchandise. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to find anything that Yoshi related, which is, if you know from my Twitter, you know that my biggest #1 love is Yoshi from Super Mario Bros. I don't really have any Yoshi merchandise, so just enjoy a few photos that I have. Mostly gaming and some gaming merchandise. Okay. Harvey Norman. Well, this one was at the QV Victoria. I also went to see that every time. Look at their laptops a little bit. The new HP ones. Harvey Norman. A lot of people say that Harvey Norman in Australia is like one of the very bad customer service. They are very predatory and all that. So here, yeah, you look at this, $11.98 for this ROG Street Gaming desktop with a 1660 Ti, right? I think that's really far too expensive for a desktop computer in 2024, right? Should I have a this Poly Gamer Boy? Is it ridiculous paying 1200 Australian dollars for this kind of desktop? Do you think so with a 1616 Ti? Is it too expensive? Are they trying to rip you off? I wonder. $11.98 for a gaming desktop with a Nvidia 1660. Yeah, I told you already. A lot of people say that Harvey Norman in Australia has a pretty bad reputation for being exploitative and exploiting customers who don't know a lot about technology themselves. There's a reason why Jerry Harvey is one of the most favorite people that comedians like to lampoon him in Australia. Yeah. And the funny thing that Harvey Norman Singapore's life franchisee George Goh, he was an unsuccessful candidate to become president of Singapore last year. Here's a fun fact for you. And a lot of people then start to dig up some of his not so good stuff related to his work at Harvey Norman. 2,400 Australian dollars for this 55-inch. It's not a TV, it's actually a monitor. I don't think it's a gaming one, but yeah, 55-inch Ultra HD gaming curved monitor. It's not a TV. Okay. Yeah, some Motorola phone dummies. And almost all the technology shops in Australia, the nice thing is that they have a clearance pile of phone cases. So this time around, they are mostly selling cases for S22 Plus, iPhone 13, Galaxy A13, A14. I do have an A14 at home, but I didn't really need to. Okay, yeah, correct. I think you probably missed out the earlier parts where I was talking about my holiday tours. This is the second part of the live stream. First part I was talking about all the nice things to see, but don't worry, you can catch up on video on demand later. Yeah, so all these S22 Plus, all these clearance cases. Okay, next, JB Hi-Fi, I'll take a look at it. Now, okay. So I visited 5 JB Hi-Fis. So Brunswick was the one I visited in Melbourne. For reasons that I don't really want to divulge, but let's see. So this is how the JB Hi-Fi looks like. So JB Hi-Fi is basically selling a lot of technological stuff, and true to its name, it actually also has an internal section that also sells CDs, physical media, vinyl, and some pop culture items as well. So I think the closest equivalent in Singapore would be something like Best Denki or Challenger, but with the added bonus of these physical media, as I said, and the pop culture items as well. So they have a very distinct advertising style that always smashing good prices and all that. Yeah. So this, they are slightly suburban malls in Brunswick. It looks like. HMD Pulse. Yeah, the phone that doesn't make you feel a pulse, unfortunately. So, and they're still selling a few of the older Nokia phones. And that's where, and the interesting thing about this JB Hi-Fi is that they have a wall of phones where they mount the dummies. They mount it using some Velcro, then you can remove the phone using the Velcro and then fill the dummy itself, which is sorry to hear that. Yeah, so you have all these kind of phones. I will show you the phones in greater detail later. Yeah. More of these big phones. The good thing is that unlike Singapore, you can at least get a keypad phone quite easily from the physical big chain stores, unlike in Singapore where you need to go a bit deeper inside neighborhood stores and ask. I know that. That's why I took this grad trip first. Hopefully I'll be able to find a job that I like Yeah, and again in this, I'm surprising that they actually use dummy boxes for all these relatively low value phones. So what you do in Australia, one of the interesting things compared to Singapore is that a lot of the items they will place it in these dummy boxes, totally empty boxes that you can take to the cashier and then they'll retrieve the actual box for you. So all the new Nokia-HMD phones here. This one is from an Australian brand called Opel, which of course most of the time in Singapore and in Europe outside UK, Opel is always associated with the German car brand, but here in Australia where they had ordered instead, used to, it's apparently free for them to use for something else. Someone else can use it for this. Mostly selling all those cheap phones for the young and the elderly. So this is how it looks like. Walkie-talkies, headphones, clearance sales for cases, all A13, A14s inside. Also some A34s and A54s as well. Oppo phones, mostly they are lower end A series. Google Pixel. Well, actually also one thing to say about the phones, the live demo used in Australia is that they usually tend to the dummy box. Okay, to explain to you all the gamer boy, these dummy boxes are something of a trademark I noticed in a lot of these Australian tech stores. I presume that they actually, so it's not like Singapore where they'll put the real product inside these boxes. I think that this has something to do with preventing theft, shoplifting there. So I think that's why they do such things. So the dummy box for you to pass to the cashier. Yeah, correct. That's why I think why they have these dummy boxes. I'm sorry that I keep coughing. I don't know why my throat is not in the best of conditions. Okay. Right, so again, these live demo units, they are mounted in such a way, in a much more stricter way than say in Singapore. So sometimes it's not possible to even lift the phone out from these things. You cannot pull it out. It's always just stuck there. It makes it a bit difficult for me to do it. Yeah. So only Gamer Boy, sorry if I had to moderate the language quite severely, because again I want to keep this as family friendly as possible. Okay, fine, not to laptop, whatever it is. I know, but I will try to find a job first and then I'll consider then I'll definitely save up for something better. Don't worry about it. You have my word. House. Samsung phones. Motorola phones, yeah. Probably one of the better value ones in the entry level range in Australia. I think that you don't really get to see them in Singapore, in Southeast Asia, unfortunately. I think maybe because they are not so... I think, well, different crime rates, I suppose. Different cultures, different understanding. Motorola H series. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is actually what JB Hi-Fi looks like in all these physical media items. And they started to sell all these pop culture items as well. Gaming items. Yeah, this is what JB Hi-Fi looks like in all these. They sell a lot of physical media over here. Final even. Laptop, yeah, you'll see later. I also went to other JB Hi-Fis as well in Australia. I'll show you later. Yeah, these are the laptops. There's also one particularly interesting and crappy laptop and not so nice laptop that I saw. I'll show it to you later. Yeah, so Jabra headphones. So what to me that they were discounting the Elite Force to half price. Yeah, 140 discount to $70. Must be a good deal, so I went to buy one. And just a few days later, it turns out that Jabra is exiting the wireless audio business altogether. So no wonder why. Yeah, correct, convicts. They were being sent there for the first 50 years when the British discovered Australia, and a very, very complicated history behind things, so be careful about this. Especially to the Aboriginal Australians there. So yeah, Jabra. No one, yeah. So Brunswick is outer suburb of Melbourne, so here. Another one from Melbourne Airport. This is one of the last place. This is the JB Hi-Fi that I found just before I boarded my flight back home to Singapore. The prices are slightly more expensive than in the outer area, in the city centre though, for some reason. Think phone. Motorola Think phone that uses a Kevlar finish on the back. Pretty nice. Miscellaneous, yeah, clearance stuff, yeah. Amazing, right? This MagSafe 2, they are still at the cheap to sell it for $110 on clearance. I know. Yeah, so can you believe it? They're selling a really long obsolete AC adapter for 110 Australian dollars. Can you believe that? For obsolete piece, for obsolete computer. Can't believe it, man. I don't know, you have to ask JB Hi-Fi. I have no idea what they do. Are they doing? Usually technology in Australia is a bit more, it's quite significantly more expensive than in Singapore, in general. But the Jabra headphones I found are a good exception. So this is the one at Melbourne Central Mall, the place I like to frequent a lot when I was in student exchange 2 years ago. All the headphones from JBL. Oh, sorry, it's tilted other way, but I might just skip this and take a look. Oh, yeah, pop culture items like this one, Hatsune Miku, caught my attention. Yeah, movies, physical media, gaming laptop. Let's see what are the specs. I didn't find any Yoshi merchandise in Australia this time round, unfortunately, but recently I saw that Challenger, right, they start to sell more Nintendo merchandise in store already, including Yoshi's soft toy. Yeah, you gotta remember it's all dollars, and Australia tech products are always a bit more expensive than in Singapore. ROG? ROG Flow? Nokia phones. Well, nice thing is that in Australia I can get to touch some phones that I don't normally get to touch in Singapore. Nokia. So HMD Aura is actually available already, but they didn't have the live demo units. The Aura is a very, very tough sell because it's using a very I need to use the right words, a very, very not so good Unisoc Core Cortex A55 SoC, and the Moto G04 already out competes it already. Yeah, HMD Aura. Okay. iPhone SE, iPhone 11, yeah, still selling iPhone 11 and 64GB only for $667. Ah, my goodness. Only 64GB some more. If you're 256, okay, I say fine, but 12 per 64 unacceptable at this price range. Oppo Reno, Oppo phones. I think occasionally, sometimes Australia did get Vivo, but only the entry level ones. So Australia also not a very good place when it comes to phone choice, to be honest. Yeah. Motorola, all one dedicated booth. Booth. So sometimes they have dummy boxes, sometimes they don't. I think it depends on how much the value the product might have. These are not dummy boxes, real ones. Unfortunately, I can't bring them back home to Singapore. Yeah. HP Spectra X360 3499. Okay. Now Sydney Square. So I think I'll just show you the laptop I was talking about. This is the one, the closest JB Hi-Fi to my hotel in Sydney. And not this one. This one. Leader something, probably made from an ODM in China. So this is how a laptop looks like without its teapot overlay. So you know what? So this is the spec itself. 449. 14-inch HD screen. Intel Celeron dual core, 4GB RAM, 128GB eMMC. So basically, basically total e-waste for Windows PC these days. Seriously. Really, people complain that 8GB RAM is too little. Now you give me 4GB RAM and it's only Intel Celeron some more. $449, and you know what they're selling for? Minecraft! Yes! Selling a 449 Intel Celeron PC just to mine Minecraft. And they say that Minecraft is included inside the box. The kids who get it are gonna be so disappointed when they get it. Trust me on that. Remember, don't buy this little laptop at all before your kids obsessed with Minecraft. They will hate you forever. They will hate you forever. So to reiterate again, this is the Minecraft PC that I saw in Australia. It's just some cheap Chinese ODMs rebatch. And they are selling kits that who say I love Minecraft, they come with this nice keyboard overlay and a free copy of Minecraft, but the specs, look at it. Celeron dual core 4GB RAM, how do you expect this thing to run Minecraft at all? I have no idea. Beats me. But wait, maybe the only reason how they're selling this laptop is actually indirect way to get the kids to quit Minecraft, because you know why? Cure their video game addiction, because the game could lag so much that they will stay playing Minecraft forever. Maybe that's one of the reasons, I think. Alright, so now let's take a look at the other stuff. Phone accessories. Mostly iPhone as usual. Yeah, I didn't see any shop selling GPUs and all that in Australia so far. I'm not so sure what their PC building culture is like there. Display tablets. Dell's new XPS laptops. Oh. Probably one of the most controversial ones in a long while. You see the design? Well, or where is the trackpad? Where the trackpad goes and where all the function keys go to, I wonder. So this is how the word square looks like more from the inside. Oh, so sorry for Johnny, I'm really tired already. I'm not really capable of doing streams for that long, and I've been streaming for like 4 hours at this point. My goodness. Yeah, I think this is probably something to do with the PC when streaming. Anyway, I shot this video I think at 4K 60 FPS HDR, so then I'll be able to be one of the reasons why it's lagging, because it's quite a high demand video. Okay, some more gaming PCs on clearance. Yeah, I will think about it end of the year. Don't worry. But I need to find a job first, most important. So this MS, these are some gaming laptops on clearance. Also, two RTX 2 series. 3070 if I'm not wrong. This one. Another MSI. I don't know the price, but it should be a lot higher. Yep, these Java earbuds. Nothing phone. I think nothing is also selling in Australia. More laptops. This is a Pentium laptop. Power banks. Oh, just by the way, in June is the month leading towards tax season, which is the end of the fiscal year in Australia. So that's why a lot of these shops always sell something relating to helping to get tax cuts to deduct tax. Basically, what's happening is that June is the month leading to the end of fiscal year in Australia. So all these shops in June, they will start having some end of fiscal year sales, so that you can try and buy the items and claim it as tax deductible if you're lucky. Based on what I know. So all these accessories, cameras, all that. These TVs are all on a nice discount. Dashing price, that is one of their biggest slogans in JB Hi-Fi. Actually, it's not JB Hi-Fi that sells products cheaper. It's usually Officeworks that sells things for about $2 cheaper than the competition. I'll show you later. This is the entrance of the JB Hi-Fi at World Square Sydney. Okay. Now this is the first one that I visited, JB Westfield Sydney, just before I went up to the Sydney Tower. Camera lenses. Okay, MSI. Is your, interesting. Is your Oliver Boy, is the company that you work with, does it only work with MSI parts or not? Or are they sponsored by MSI? I'm interested, I want to know. Yeah, these are the clearance stuff again as usual. See, new Galaxy 2023 6.1 inch. I'm quite surprised they didn't even know that it would be called the S23. That's strange. Why they call it the new Galaxy? So like Apple, where they sometimes don't know what final product actually going called. Okay. Here's another Alienware gaming laptop. I feel like I'm performing to an audience of one, to be honest. $4,000 for this. 3050 50 if I'm not wrong. 12J97. I'm sure I think it's a 30 something, right? 3070. That's this Alienware laptop. For you. Oh. Actually they claim by $1,000 it seems. Okay, more gaming laptop. This time not Alienware, but advertised for gaming. 3050. Oh, Samsung's Fame TV. TVs. So they have Samsung TV, they have LG TV, they have Sony TVs, they have TCL, they have Hisense. Same brand that we have in Singapore, except that they don't have Sharp TVs. TCL phones. Over pixel. Well, this is pretty old. They have a phone advertisement for something that is really discontinued 2+ years old. In fact, they were discounting this phone when I was in Australia, and I got one for myself. Hello. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe sometimes retail can sometimes be a bit lazy about things. Maybe they forgotten or something like that. Don't worry, I will explore the phones in some of the phones in greater detail here. Xiaomi phones, which are very overpriced compared to what they have in other countries, especially the higher end Redmi Notes. I don't know why. Are they trying to chop carrots in Australia, for instance? HMD, which is a new Nokia phones, which is basically the company that make Nokia phones, but they are now just moving away to HMD because they are going to lose their Nokia license soon. Motorola phones. Samsung always have their dedicated special counter because they can afford to pay for one. So as well. HP Victus 2499. Where's the path? Tell me. Okay. These are the other things that was selling on clearance. Clearance sale, all these things. Somehow these things they have been unboxed before but they have been returned. Some other pieces. Okay, finally. Microsoft Store. So what of the most surprising thing is that this is the first time I actually encountered Microsoft Store at all. There are no Microsoft stores in Singapore as far as I know, but so what is Microsoft Store? So one of the most surprising is that I managed to encounter a Microsoft store in Sydney, and this is the first Microsoft store I've ever encountered myself. Sorry for slurring words because I'm getting very tired at this point. I don't think I can do such long streams ever, if at all. Most I can do is maybe at most 3 hours, usually no more than 2. But give me a moment. So the Microsoft store mostly sells that you can get Xbox and Microsoft Surfaces. It's only Microsoft products alone. It's at the Westfield Sydney complex over there. So, Surface Pro products. Although they do have some MSI monitors. So we're just selling Surface and Xbox products. Officeworks. Now this is Officeworks in Melbourne. There's also another place I've taken very much 2 years ago when I was on exchange. So we have custom screen protectors, right? But the price is like $50 for screen protector, and it's like, wow, very expensive. You're better off trying to find the same kind of screen protector online for much lower cost. There are clearance things which is not that dissimilar to the other shops in terms of the models they are selling for. And yeah. Yes, a lot of these things are all just dummy boxes. Or you take to the customer service counter to show. By the way, actually give you the box for the actual product. That's one of the biggest. So, but not all of them are actually fake boxes. Some of them are real, some of them are fake. So it seems to really depend on how valuable they think the product really is. Sometimes it's a display box, sometimes it's not. Depends. Sometimes they don't use the box, they just use a simple card. Interesting. The good thing about compared to the other companies, right, the Officeworks, they have their entire smartphone section. They use dummy phones, yes, but they don't restrictively latch their phones into one corner, so you can actually take it and feel the weight with your own hands yourself. So if you want a phone, you have to get the paper slip over there and you bring it towards the counter, something like this. Yeah, like this. That is where you can buy the phone itself. Yeah, then that's where you can at least touch the back of the phone and get a better hands-on on how it feels in hand, rather than it being stuck permanently to the mounting point and then you can't really feel much about how it feels. So here's how the layout looks, what they are selling. This is all the prepaid phones, mostly CD with batch stuff. $8 phones. I think how do you pronounce it? Is it the Chinese word Coogee for technology? Coogee is probably Officeworks' own in-house brand. So I forgot to mention Officeworks, the concept is very similar to what Popular is doing. Except that Officeworks actually has a proper photocopying and office related services, and they don't sell books for obvious reasons. So that's the concept. Yep, and this cheap e-waste Android tablet, $97. Gold edition, 2 gigs of RAM, quad core, basically e-waste at this point, unfortunately. Cloud Punk. Oh, that's an interesting name for monitor. Intel Core Ultra advertising box tubes. Okay, so here are some various small accessory shops that you see in Australia. This phone store in Brunswick, Melbourne was still selling cases for the iPhone 5 series. And even 4, look at that. Quite surprisingly, they haven't tried to clear the stock like that. It's still so much plenty of stock, I wonder why. They have cases for iPhone 4, iPhone 5. Yeah, surprising. Here's another of these third-party phone accessory stores in Brunswick. The accessories that they sell. Knockoff of some disassembled iPhone. Knockoff of a product I saw before. Pretty sure. So these are the used phones and their prices. This one is in Sydney World Square. No, and this one was at Westfield Sydney, Phone King. Usually mostly iPhone cases with a smatting of Samsung and Pixel, if you are lucky. Okay. Now take a look at the telco shops. I'll start with Vodafone and Optus, because I only visited like 1 or 2 of them. Optus Mobile, this one was in Brunswick, if I remember correctly. Here's how the store looks like. They all renovated. This one is in Melbourne Central. They renovated it compared to last time I was there in 2022. They now have a lot more wood inside. This is Vodafone, also Melbourne Central. This is their prepaid line, all probably ZTE rebadged for the middle two, the B Pro and B Smart. Again, I think it's borderline E-way to be honest. Recycling phones. They have e-waste bins. Their phones are actually also not very good to be honest in the telco shops. Usually the telcos only sell 3 brands, Samsung, Apple and Pixel, that's about it. This Optus one is the one at Brunswick if I'm not sure, if I remember correctly. Yeah, these are the Optus phones that they have. Also borderline e-waste, the prices, all ZTE rebrands I'm sure. All prepaid and locked to their networks. And maybe sometimes the budget one they have Motorola and Oppo. Yeah, and this Optus shop in Brunswick, they at least have a nice way to nice customer service. They take care of some customer service in the sense that you see this book, it's actually meant for the kids to read for their grown-up family members. They are talking to the customer service officer, which is a nice touch. Okay, so this is the SYD-3, one of their prepaid phones. Probably running Google Go, Android Go, sorry. Optus X Tab. SYD-3, all these budget prepaid phones for Optus. Let's like start. So we're almost ending already. Okay, that's it. Take a Telstra. The first one was Quay Sydney. Unfortunately, it was closed by the time I went there, but here's how it looks like from the inside. Samsung, Google, Apple are the first things that they are selling, as you might expect. And all the good things are, the rest are all behind you. Clearance cases. So right now, Telstra is starting to promote their Starlink satellite-based internet service for rural Australia. Satellite home internet, because there are a lot of places in Australia outside the cities that are very remote and they don't get the best internet traditionally. So Starlink is, Telstra is basically helping to promote themselves as a middleman for Starlink satellite net services. iPhone and some other brand, I'm not sure what it is. Okay, Telstra. Now let's take a look at the bigger one, Melbourne Discovery. This is probably one of their bigger stores and probably their flagship in Melbourne. Now this is Telstra's own teapot phone for their network itself. It's good thing at least they have their own telco branded teapot phone so that people who are really angsty about having telecom support can go there directly. You know that I think M1 they promised that before 3G shutdown they will have their own keypad phones in stock, but so far they haven't seemed to fulfill that promise right now. But at least when Australian telcos they all shut down their 3G network, they still have at least some keypad phones in stock, which is good. This is another of their prepaid phones. Telstra T Essential. T Inspire. All of them share. Okay, so Vodafone the letter is V, Optus is X, Telstra is T, TVX. If you're making a Q, then it will be the name of a K-pop band. Quite an old one, TVXQ. T Inspire. T Pro. Another flip phone. Way more expensive though. Yeah, this is X-Cover 7. Rugged Telstra phone. But SIM unlocked if you buy it from them. $5.99 Australian, but the specs are not very good. It's A15 5G ruggedized version. Initially I thought it was going to be X-Cover 6 Pro, but after I look back at it, then I realized that it's very overpriced being an X-Cover 7, because X-Cover 7 is basically just A15 5G but rugged. If you're X-Cover 6 Pro, then the price $5.99 will be very good. But alas, it's not. And these are their Telstra own pocket routers, it seems. It's so expensive. No idea why it's so expensive, but never mind. But they still have the X5 Pro even though it's a 2022 model. Interesting. The whole time they don't clear their stock properly. Google Pixel. A15 5G and A15 4G. In Australia, the A15 4G seems to be a prepaid exclusive only for Telstra. Usually, the A15 4G I'd say is a very good value for money phone in Singapore, where sometimes the price can be as low as 150, but not so much in Australia. Moto G04. Let's see. Okay, yeah. From space to your place. This is Starlink. Telstra's new satellite internet. So this is how the store looks like outside. Just next to it are the Optus and Vodafone stores, but the Telstra one is the biggest of them all in this junction in Melbourne. Okay. Now last thing, phones of note. So these are the phones that I don't usually get to see in Singapore, but well, that's why Asus is technically I get to see Singapore, but let's just talk a bit about it. See the prices. 629 AUD. That's not very competitive compared to say somewhere in many other countries. So we just came back to Australia and you're really starting to try to chop carrots. Seriously. In fact, I think that if you go from the third part from the Australia import phone sites like Best Mobile Phone, I think you can find it for much cheaper at a much more reasonable price, to be honest. I'm not sure why Xiaomi is doing such terrible pricing in Australia, seriously. Chop carrots some more. 829 $8 for a Note 13 Pro Plus. My goodness, can't even pay that price at all. Nothing, because even the Nothing phone is actually doing much better than this in terms of pricing. Yeah. Very good prices. $549, my goodness. This one, okay lah, but still not very. Their entry-level phones are slightly better, but not by that much, unfortunately. Yeah, and the entry-level, they only give you like dummies and not live demo models. I have no idea why. See all these prices. Okay, enough of Xiaomi. Let's take a look at the other brands. TCL. TCL, they sell TVs in Singapore, but not their phones in Singapore. So, what's this one? This is the 50SE, just typical HL 5G phone, nothing to talk about. 505, so nothing to talk about. TCL 30, also nothing much to say. 30. This one is the. Okay, I think I don't know why I don't have the photo here, but I'll just show you what I'm talking about, the TCL model. This one. There is a TCL model, this is 40 nits paper. This one, I tried it already, I had hands-on with it, and very honestly speaking, I think it feels, basically you can imagine that you put a matte screen protector over the phone permanently all the while. So that's how it really feels like. The only real stand out of this phone is basically the screen feels a lot like you put a matte screen protector on it permanently. So it has a matte finish rather than a glossy finish, and other than that, the specs are not very good. The SoC especially is only G88, $347. Not very good. Okay, let's go back to the phones of Note. This is the final section before I finish it. This is the rear of the phone itself, the 14 nits paper. Okay, Oppo Mobile, yeah. Oppo Mobile, sorry, I don't know, Oppo, sorry. Yeah, the car brand. In Australia, it's a phone brand. Because they didn't have Opel, but they had Holden. Holden is now dead. Smart J5, X65. Okay, that's it. This is the Nokia XR21, 799, 695 SoC. Oh my. It's also a very overpriced stuff as well. A lot of Nokia phones, especially the higher end branded ones these days, are too expensive for what they are worth, to be honest. Even though this is a rugged phone, but still too expensive. HMD Pulse 128GB. So basically HMD is just all Nokia phones without the HMD license. So these phones I usually thought the colors look quite good on the website, but when I saw it hands-on, not so much to be honest. In fact, the back looks a bit too ODM-ish, quite generic to be honest. I've seen the more higher-end models coming out in the future and they look a lot better than this. That's nice. Okay. Pulse Pro. So the main difference between this and the old and the Pulse and the Pulse Plus is that the back is glossy and feels a bit more glass-like. I don't really like this kind of finish compared to say the matte finishes. I think the matte finishes are much better than the glossy ones. But that's my own opinion, of course. So Pulse Plus, this is the orange color. I think the orange is a bit too muted. It's not as peachy as I hope it would have looked, to be honest. Yeah, you can see how very restricted the boats are being mounted in Australia technology stores. Pulse Plus. You have the power to repair, I hope so, but I wonder whether they will sell the kits available for repair officially in Australia. That's a big thing. HMD, human mobile devices. This is the Pulse, the standard one in pink. This is the G42. G22 is basically G21 but with a different finish and so-called repairabilities whatsoever. In fact, the Pulse is basically very similar specs to the G21. So good for Nokia for recycling old tech as long as possible, but that's not making them competitive at all. G32. This one, the whale cell is basically as a glass back. But I'm not sure at this entry level, would you really want the aesthetics of a glass back if in exchange for some not so good specs? Okay. Yeah, this is the TCL next paper I miscategorized. Yeah, it's basically again it's a phone that feels like it has a matte screen protector permanently at all times. And you also have the stylus support, but I think it's just a regular capacity stylus. Okay, the TCL phones, Nokia C12. Very entry level. X30, wow. It's still $899. That's the same price as 2 years ago. Yeah, they keep the same price 2 years ago and still try to sell $899. Even the X21 is like, I think $100 cheaper and it's more or less the same spec. So crazy. Okay. 169, yeah. G22 and G42. Okay. Asus. So the only phone I really saw that was new is the Zenfone 11 Ultra. We don't get this in Singapore, but we do get the very similar Asus ROG Phone 8 Pro at a slightly lower price than what this is offering in Sing dollars. So basically, they are getting a better deal in Singapore than this in terms of ROG 11 Pro, 8 Pro. It's not a bad thing that now the Zenphones aren't available in Singapore because the ROG phones are basically now practically identical to the Zenfone 11 in any case, since there's no more compact with Zenfone it seems. Motorola, the last thing. Yay! After this, yeah, nothing else to say already. So this is the Think phone again with the nice Kevlar back. Laser 40 Ultra. It's a pity that they didn't sell this in Singapore. I think. Yeah, this is their cover screen, which is, well, it's almost like a phone in itself, and you can even play dedicated games on it that was made specifically just for this phone. This is great. This is the H50 Pro. The price is $9.99 off, so it's clearly not as attractive as, say, India, but that's how Motorola goes, it seems. H50. This is what I forgot what is their mic. Yeah, this is a Think phone, sorry about that. And the very outdated 2022 price list, specs list on Motorola. I don't know why they are still keeping it. Motorola G04. Actually, by the time they had reduced the price by $20, but it didn't update it at that point. G04. G14. G24. Light steps up. G54. $299. Also, that's actually not too bad for the price you're paying in Australia, to be honest. G84. Actually, the price they drop it to $349 at some points. $449 is a bit too expensive, but $349 is much more like it. And it has a very nice vivid magenta finish as well. Then we get to the H40. H50 Pro, the one that I talked about, 7 Gen 3, not as competitive as say in India, but still. 50 Pro, Think phone, Razer 40, the well, yep, H50 Pro. Oh, they always now borrowing the contour cut camera that Samsung had with the S21, S22. 50 Pro, yeah. H50 Fusion, that is also... mm. 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 H50 Pro, okay, that's it, finally. Finally finished talking about all the things in Australia, and it took me 4 hours to get through all these photos. My goodness. Okay, so let's see who we can rate today. This time I'm not going to stay at long for too long. Let's see. Let's see the Discord and see who I can rate first. Okay, let's rate someone first. Rate. Okay, so now let's just start the rate for her. Now, wait a minute. Give me a moment. Where is her channel? I forgot. Wait, Yeah, read the right chat. Did I Let's say I really could. Yeah, oh yeah. I misspelled her name, sorry. Let's start.
On YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. So yes. I hope you like the new profile pictures as well. Okay, a whole bunch of things. It's nice, yeah. Don't forget there is also the there's also the free wallpaper. Don't forget to claim it. Don't forget to claim the free wallpaper if you haven't already. It is on my coffee. It's free. Just give me $0 and you can have the wallpaper for free. Yeah. Hi, I'm from the SGBT Discord server. From the SGBT Discord server. I'm not even active there. Eh? Hello, welcome. How did you find? Oh, is it from like the streaming list? Oh, I forgot there's like another role if you're streaming there. Oops. I'm not active on the server at all. But yes, hello, welcome. Then you must be as a YouTuber. See, hello. Hope you've been having a good day. Good end of the week. It's a good time to chill right now. The Friday night. The BGM is soft. The BGM is like really soft. Maybe I should have started streaming at 1:30 instead. Talking for 1 hour is a little bit hard when I have literally nothing to talk about. I will only have things to talk about like when I come back. When I come back from my trip. Right now I have nothing. But where you're seeing it from, but yeah. I don't look at the server at all. Life is nice. Oh shit, there's a channel that helps you, that like posts everyone that is streaming. Oh shit, I didn't know that. I'm first time seeing that. I never knew there was that alert because I kind of muted the entire server. I see. That's interesting.
I'm so tired.
Have fun, I'm there for 4 hours doing travel vlog. Oh, nice. Alright, please as well. It's getting late, so yes, please as well.
Alright. Yes.
Hope you have a good weekend. In the Sydney plus Melbourne. Ooh. I was gonna say neighbours downstairs. Is it really neighbours downstairs? Then yes. Aquis, thank you. Aquis, thank you for the follow. Thank you. What channel is the SGBT one? You guys can see it.
Alright, I think we'll just end the stream over here.
I'm thirsty.
See you in the next. See you maybe tomorrow for the session book stream around 2 PM. Hopefully I can handle it, but I need to sleep now.